But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video. With that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set it for today's live show.
I can only bear maybe 5 minutes. Nathan, the rhetoric was so on a ball. This is what you're supposed to see. And I was like, oh my God, when is it ever going to end? And the guy was sincere. Like, he was trying to find out if Earth was flat. And he just kept going. It felt like I was back in 2014. I'm like, can somebody please tell him that it's measured that way? Nope.
Yeah, once you see it, you can't stop seeing it, which is to say that the rhetoric has been designed to only argue about whether or not we're on a ball. Hasn't it? Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you argue within those confines, you're tolerated. The moment we started to move away from that rhetoric, the censorship level went absolutely off the scale.
Yes, I remember. And then what happens with that is when you let that happen, then they had to go through everything. Gravity, I mean, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. As long as you're arguing about whether or not you're on a ball, then, like I say, that's tolerated. Saying it's just flat and pointing out the prerequisites that everybody uses, ball or flat, isn't tolerated. You need to be able to use those prerequisites to suggest you're on a ball. You need to be able to use sea level for a ball. You need to be able to use height off surface level for a ball. You need to be able to use horizontal linear distances for a ball. You need to use a downward vector for a ball.
Yeah, it was that guy DJ too, and like, it was so, I was cringing, to be honest. Then he's talking about how they went out and they did this observation and they had to pick the right day because of refraction. I'm like, oh my God, just say it's measured flat and you don't have to deal with any of this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that'll change in the not too distant future. Maybe people will get hold of my book, read that and realise that because of it having it intertwined with all of the globe rhetoric. So throughout each chapter, when I'm pointing out some of these arguments, what was it that you said that the argument was about? Gravity?
Yeah.
So if you're going through the gravity chapter, you'll be reading about how Earth's measured flat for a downward vector, perpendicular to a plane of reference. You read that, you can't... If you're a flatty and you're already bracing against sphericity, and you think you're doing a good job of bracing against sphericity by saying, well, if Earth was a ball, then it would be doing this, and it isn't, then you realise, well, if Earth was a ball requires me to utilise flat Earth measurements to suggest that if it was a ball and then suggest how it isn't. Like, you can skip it all.
Yeah, that's why I have high hopes for the book, because I think you take care of that. I think you cover it well. So
I do, but
not been a book like that yet.
it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to do well, first and foremost. Let me just change this Hangout so it's open to all. Hold on. Doesn't necessarily mean the book will do well, but there's something else. There's another issue, which I'll go through on this video that we're going to cover now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go on camera, because then I can get away with not having to press pause all the time. See that?
What do you mean another issue? Bad?
No, a societal issue or a humanitarian issue, whatever you want to call it. My little video. There we go. There's me. Okay, so this video is called How Intelligent People Deal with Stupid People. Schopenhauer. See that?
Yes.
Hey, Len. Hey, Len. Okay, then.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you over the tractor.
No worries. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just going to play this video. Tell me if you want to pause at any point and comment. No sound. Hold on. Hey, Arthur.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here as always.
Jolly
Thank
good.
you.
Hi, Arthur. Not seen you for a while. Hope all's well.
Yeah, I've been around on Discord, but I'm there on Discord whenever I can't be very regular, and I can only listen and sometimes say things. But now I'm relatively free, so I'm going to be joining here on Google Meet.
Excellent. Good. Right, then hopefully you'll give some reaction to this video. Let's get into it.
You are surrounded by fools, and it is exhausting. You think your intelligence is your greatest asset. It is actually your biggest vulnerability. The modern world tells you to educate the ignorant.
Before we go any further, can everyone hear that clearly?
Yes.
Discord, can you hear that clearly?
Yeah, we're good, Nathan.
Really good.
To use logic to find common ground. Arthur Schopenhauer knew the brutal truth. Logic is defenseless against stupidity. Explaining your mind to a fool is not noble. It is intellectual suicide. There is a hidden, almost ruthless architecture to neutralizing the willfully ignorant. A method the most dangerous minds in history used to disarm fools without ever giving them the gift of the truth. Once you understand this mechanic, you will never be drained by a lesser mind again. You know the ache. You are sitting in a room, perhaps a boardroom, a family dinner, or a digital battleground, listening to someone speak with absolute, unshakable confidence about something they completely misunderstand. You feel the pressure building in your chest. Your brain instantly maps.
Say again?
Yeah, that's what happened to me when I was listening to Discord on Saturday.
Out the flaws in their logic. You gather your facts. You prepare your argument. You lay it out perfectly, expecting the light of reason to wash over their face. Instead, they stare at you. They blink. And then they double down on their original absurd point. You leave the interaction exhausted, your energy depleted, questioning your own sanity. Why does this happen? Why do you lose when you are objectively right? Because you are suffering from the intelligence trap. You are projecting your own operating system onto a machine that cannot run it. Intelligent people operate under a fatal delusion, the belief that the rest of the world values the truth. You assume that if you just present the right evidence, the other person will analyze it, adjust their worldview, and agree. Schopenhauer despised this naive optimism. In his blistering text, The Art of Being Right, he observed a dark, unyielding law of human nature. People do not argue to find the truth. They argue to establish dominance.
I think we're going to go with you guys.
Ad.
Psychology calls it the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah, it was profound. It was one of those, I just clicked on it randomly and then I'm like, found myself nodding along with it and thought, I'll cover this on Monday. Why not?
The cognitive bias, where people with low ability possess a hallucinatory level of confidence. But understanding the graph is not enough. You must understand the gravity of it. Ignorance is not a passive state. It is an active, heavily armored defense mechanism. When you introduce logic to a fool, they do not see an opportunity to learn. They see a threat to their ego. And the human ego will burn down the entire world before it admits it is wrong.
Sound familiar?
Yeah, that's right on point. The only thing I'd say in our category, it's really not logical, but I understand what he's saying.
Daniel Kahneman, in Thinking, Fast and Slow,
When you say it's not logical, you mean it's based on measurements and empiricism as opposed to logic. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
divided the mind into System 1 and System 2. System 1 is fast, emotional, and instinctual. System 2 is slow, deliberate, and logical. Stupid people are prisoners of System 1. They live there. They feel an emotion, attach a fast opinion to it, and call it a fact. You, the intelligent person, are trying to use System 2 on them. You are offering nuance. You are offering data. It is a translation error. You are speaking mathematics to a barking dog.
That was the line that I heard. I thought, I'm covering this on Monday.
Yeah, that's a good one. Because we run into a lot of
you are
barking
doing
dogs.
all the work. You are spending immense caloric energy crafting a perfectly reasoned argument, while they are spending zero energy simply refusing to accept it. They drain you not by outsmarting you, but by outlasting you. They drag you down into the mud of their own cognitive limitations. Schopenhauer recognized this 2 centuries ago. He realized that truth has absolutely no currency in a debate with a fool. So, what do? If logic fails and reasoning is a trap, how do you win? You don't fight them. You weaponize their own momentum. Schopenhauer understood that the intellect is a servant to the will. The will, the blind, irrational, emotional drive of a human being, always wins. When you argue with a fool, you are providing them with exactly what they want. Friction. Friction makes them feel important. Your frustration proves to them that they matter. Every time you counter their point, you legitimize their delusion. You are telling them, your idea is worthy of my time and my anger. To break a fool, you must deny them friction. How? By using Schopenhauer's most savage strategy. Do not disagree with them. Agree with them, but agree with them so completely, so violently, that you push their argument into the realm of pure absurdity. In philosophy, this is akin to reductio ad absurdum. In dark psychology, it is simply handing a man enough rope to hang himself. Imagine a colleague who insists that all modern art is a scam and that anyone could paint a masterpiece. The instinct of the intelligent person is to argue about technique, art history, and subjective expression. Stop. Instead, lean in. Nod slowly. You are entirely right, you say. In fact, since it is so easy, we should quit our jobs today. We will buy some paint this afternoon. You can do the canvases. I will find the gallery. We will be millionaires by Friday. Why are we even sitting in this office? Watch their eyes. You have not attacked them. You have completely validated their premise, but you have accelerated it to its logical, catastrophic conclusion. The fool operates on the surface. They never think 3 steps ahead. When you force them to look at the destination of their own thought process, their brain short-circuits. They have to backpedal. They have to inject nuance. They have to suddenly start arguing against themselves to save face. You did not defeat them with your logic. You defeated them with their own stupidity. Schopenhauer employed this mercilessly against his academic rivals. He did not engage in polite discourse with people he considered charlatans. He did not treat their ideas as equals. He magnified their flaws until the flaws became comical. When you do this, you protect your own energy. You step out of the ring. You become the observer, watching a child trip over their own shoelaces. But this requires a terrifying shift in your own psychology. You must kill the part of your ego that desperately wants to be recognized as right. Intelligent people are addicted to being correct. You want the satisfaction of the other person conceding. You want the moral victory. Schopenhauer would tell you that seeking validation from a fool is the ultimate form of stupidity.
Yeah, that's where we're going wrong. So we're seeking validation from idiots. It's like, if you want to believe you're on a ball, you be my guest.
Why do you care if a lesser mind acknowledges your brilliance? Why do you need a blind man to compliment your painting? When you drop the need to be right in their eyes, you become immune to their provocations. You stop giving them the remote control to your nervous system. Let them hold their incorrect beliefs.
So I was listening to this thinking, this is the attitude that I've currently been taking, which is to say, have your ball. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah. You are on a ball. Good for you. Have your belief. And I think that's the only way we can move forward in peace. Now, it's not to say that the world at large is going to be converted en masse because we're doing that, but in the immediate discourse between two people, why value your sanity so lowly, or whatever the words are? You know, why sacrifice your sanity so that an idiot can get the pleasure of getting you frustrated? You know what I mean?
Let them walk into the world with their flawed maps. It is not your duty to save them. It is your duty to protect yourself from them. Which brings us to a darker, more necessary realization. Stupidity is not a passive trait. It is highly contagious. If you spend enough time trying to navigate the chaotic, irrational landscape of a foolish person's mind, you will begin to compromise your own. Cognitive load theory explains that our mental bandwidth is strictly limited. When you interact with a highly irrational person, your brain works overtime. You are trying to predict their unpredictable reactions. You are suppressing your own frustration. You are walking on eggshells. This sustained cognitive taxation slowly degrades your own decision-making abilities. You become irritable. You make poor choices. You lose your creative edge.
Ads.
This is the thing where smelling your own farts, when you realize that you're doing it, that's when you need to introspect and reflect and back off.
Yep.
Because you're frustrated trying to be the ninja, and you don't have to do that. You're letting them suck the energy out of you. You just make fun of them and move on.
Don't even make fun of them. Just, I don't even deal with it no more. I was telling Nathan, I stopped into Discord. I couldn't handle what I was hearing, and I just left.
I mean, I hope that need for a rhetoric change can be monetized, like with my book. Like, people will realize that they're getting nowhere, that they're going around in circles, they're banging their heads against another idiot's head, and go, maybe I need something better. And they'll read the book and go, you know what? Why am I arguing about how Earth that is measured flat to produce a ball can be shown how it isn't a ball, when in so doing I'm ignoring how flat it was measured in the first place to produce the ball to argue how it isn't a ball? That seems like a lot of redundant argumentation. And furthermore, when you're at the point that you go, well, if you need it to be measured flat, you need miles to be linear, you need altitudes to be perpendicular to a plane, you need sea level to hold true as a horizontal plane of reference, then why am I arguing with you at all? What benefit does it serve for me?
Exactly. And hopefully the book does what it's supposed to do. To be honest, I've been thinking about it. And I think this is what's holding it back. People still arguing it. It's like, if you're arguing it, are you really sure yourself?
No.
Like, I know they heard measured flat. They had to.
I don't think people believe it.
You think it's so simple that they just can't handle it? Like, it's got to be more of that type?
Yeah, that's what we experienced. I mean, in a way, we've got to offer some gratitude to our compadres who offered that opinion initially, right? So when we started putting that across, people were telling us you can't just say. That's the important phraseology. You can't just say it's measured flat. Well, why not? Well, because there's more to it. Well, what more to it? Well, there's the aspects of how ball-shaped it is after you've measured it flat, so you can show the aspects of ball-shaped nature of the world that they say isn't correct. You're like, but you still needed to measure it flat to do that. Yeah, but that means you're making the argument redundant. You're like, yeah, isn't that the purpose? Isn't that what you wanted? Didn't you want a silver bullet? Didn't you want everybody who initially saw the notion of Earth being flat as ludicrous and then rebelled against it and braced against it violently, to then move on to the third stage and accept it as having always been the case? Well, when it's shown to have always been the case, that is to say, it always was, always will be, and is currently being measured flat by everyone who measures Earth, they're just not the people in the debate. They're conspiracy theorists or fart-sniffing dweebs. But they're nothing to do with measurements, are they? So who cares?
No, Nathan, I'm sorry.
Good.
I was going to say, you're 100% correct. Everybody did want a silver bullet, but I guess certain people wanted the silver bullet to be Lord, so they could be the king, like you always say. Because it doesn't matter to me. It's so obvious to me now that I think back at the debates I was in. I'm like, why was I wasting my time? But some people wanted that silver bullet, but they didn't want it for it to end them. You know what I'm saying? Make them redundant. Now you're going too far. I want the silver bullet just to hit them, but I want to always be holding it and firing the shot.
Yeah, they don't want it to be nice and simple. They want it to be complicated enough for them to understand, and there to be a need to have to explain it to the next man. Therefore, they have a purpose in this discussion. Their purpose is important, and therefore they have value. Because when we say, you're inconsequential to the discussion, it's measured flat regardless of whether or not you know it or not. In fact, I'll go the other extreme. Carry on believing you're on a ball. It doesn't matter if you believe you're on a ball. It'll still be measured flat regardless of your belief. Yep. So from that perspective, they suddenly feel like I've robbed something from them because they got to feel like they had special secret knowledge. You're like, why? It was only shrouded in mystery because it had value. If something is so simplistic and can be monetized, that's land, then you'll turn it into something more complicated than it is so that you can retain the simplistic knowledge and monetize it. That's what's occurred. That's what happens with the maps and the surveying and the territories that are owned, just not by you. So when you go, well, okay, well, how does this actually break down? Like most things that are true, they are very simple. And this is no exception. It is very simple. But like I say, like you say, people don't want to hear that.
That's why I used to get frustrated with Jin when he'd say, yes, but they need a little more. Measured flat's just not enough. I have to explain it. And break. What do you have to explain? It would take no more than 10 seconds to demonstrate how Earth is measured flat. What do you mean you have to explain and they're not getting it? It's not complicated.
Right. If I just say, well, sea level's the useful plane of reference that's describing all measurements of altitude and topographical changes. It took about 10 seconds. That's not as good as saying, if Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's measured height in feet. The distance to horizon...
Blah, blah.
Yeah, it sounds complicated, right? And then someone goes, I don't really follow what that means. You go, all it means is that the distance to the horizon, as laid down in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere with a radius of 3959, as laid down in those maths, as we can demonstrate with this imagery. Wow, my farts smell fantastic, don't they?
Old Nathan was such a dweeb, such a freaking dweeb.
I tell you what, though, this is the biggest thing, though. I was thinking about it over the weekend, but you like just humbling yourself and stepping back and saying this. I mean, I'm inconsequential to this whole thing. I mean, that's heavy duty stuff. After being in it for 10 years, to take a step back and say, I mean, nothing. It's measured flat regardless. I mean, come on.
It's a downhill slope. So I've gone from 10 years ago, about that. I mean, it's been about 12 years of doing flat earthing, but about 10 years ago, we did Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live. And like Simon Dan in much more recent times, I'm sure in Dan's mind, he thought what he was doing was really important. Yeah? It doesn't matter if he's thinking it's important from a changing the world in a revolutionary way that's going to bring a new technology like I described in previous shows, or if he thinks that he's changing the world because he's ridding the world of the irritating flat earthers who are ruining everybody by their lies and deceit. In some capacity, Dan thought he was changing the world, just like I did 10 years ago when I measured and tracked the sun, right? There's very little difference in terms of how much actual influence either of us will have had on the world. Same goes for TFE. What did TFE do? What influence did it actually have? Other than a social influence, it didn't have any. It's not bringing you any new technology. It's not bringing you any new ways of perceiving the world. If anything, it's reaffirming a religious belief that's already died in the woods, established throughout the Western world or the majority of the known world anyway. So what's it achieving? It's not achieving anything. So when you recognise that, you go, so what is it that I actually am achieving? Well, very little. So what's the point? Well, there isn't one. You go, well, is it futile? Well, no, I've still got a channel. I can still communicate this. I can still have the same social impact. That is to say that internally people will hear this information and go, really? It's flat? You go, yeah. But then the panic you can alleviate. You can actually have some helpful assistance to that person that suddenly starts to panic and go, oh my God, that changes everything. You go, no. No, it doesn't change everything. Unless you're about to go out and make a new map or make a new time system or a new calendar, unless you're going to study the stars and come up with a new system to explain their movements, no, you're not going to make any difference. You'll still have to pay your mortgage. You knowing it doesn't make you special. Plus, knowing it and applying it to the people who actually know it and apply it, they perceive themselves to be dull. I mean, there's only been a couple of examples so far, but the map channel and the guy that was the surveying channel both alluded to the same things. One with sarcasm, one quite directly. The map making channel alluded to it by saying, you might find this tedious, or I'm sorry if I'm boring you. I can't remember how I phrased it, but he made it pretty explicit that what he was going through could be perceived to be boring. You're like, right. So when it comes to the actual practical application of this stuff, it's dull. Nothing exciting about knowing how flat Earth gets measured. Same goes for the guy surveying. He's like, oh, I do this for recreation. You're like, no, you don't. Now, you work, you enjoy, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's not like making a platinum album, is it? It's not that exciting. It's not like going out on tour with Guns N' Roses. You know, it's not like you're a roadie. You know what I mean? Now, I mean, my brother-in-law's a roadie, right? He works with bands. I could ask my wife which bands. I can't remember any recent ones that he's worked with. Paul, are you in the kitchen? No. I'll ask her when she comes past. But he goes out and he goes out and he humps and dumps tour equipment and goes out around the country and around Europe touring with bands, setting up their equipment and, you know, rock and roll lifestyle, very much so. And the stories he tells are exciting. The people he meets, you know, when he talks about bumping into Dave Grohl, you're like, wow, really? Like, what's he like? You know, in other words, it leads you into wanting to ask him questions about what he's done and who he's met because it's exciting. But the guy who's surveying, you're like, surveying? Wow. Have you met... I can't think of a single surveyor's name. You know what I mean? It's not exciting. And that's understandable. But that means that when you contrast it to the perception of being special and exciting from flat earthers, you go, no, the people who actually practically apply this, the people who've actually got something to do with this information, they're actually applying it to the Earth's surface. They think it's boring. They'll confess to that fact, won't they?
Yep. And you know who said it was more of a social experiment? Duffy said that himself about TFE.
What did he say?
It's a social experiment.
Yeah, I mean, this is social influencing as opposed to measurement. So, you know, when you're measuring in a social structure, there's no practical reason to do it. It's not like they charted Antarctica, is it? So it's like, well, what did you achieve? It was already the perception that we had a 24-hour sun there. You measured Earth flat with elevation angles. So what was the outcome? Did you give us a new calendar? Did you give us a new time system? No, it didn't do any of those things. So what did it actually achieve? Very little, if anything. Just a bit of social influence that very quickly faded into obscurity. Nobody cares anymore. Even themselves, they said it would be final. And then they're still hanging around. It's like, you're the guys who put punctuation marks after the things that you do. Like, this will be the last thing. How many times have you seen a thumbnail that says, this will be the end of Flat Earth? If I had £1 for every time someone said, this will be the end of your channel, this will mean you'll have to shut yourself down and disappear. And then they come back crying, why are you still here? And you're like, because it's still flat. Why would it go away? I mean, maybe that's...
Well, that's it.
Go on.
That certain person constantly, every day, gathers people together and tries to get your channel shut down. And it caused a big freaking ruckus in my house because somehow my son and I have the same Apple account or something. And he was able to see that somebody had mapped out my address. I was threatening to call the cops, say I'm selling drugs, and I have kiddie porn on my computer. It was my youngest son that seen it. And it was like a big thing in my house. I'm like, are you freaking serious? I had to freaking get on Jem Pandas and freaking rip this guy a new asshole in front of everybody. Jem wasn't there. But he's a prick. He can't handle it. You know who I'm talking about. I don't even want to give his name any credit. But I told him this shit's got to stop because you can't handle that Earth is flat. You're going to say these stupid things when my son sees it and he gets scared. It's a kid.
It's outrageous.
Anyway. Yeah.
Good. Whoever that was.
I think it was me. I was just saying it's a shame that this has to be done. I had to freaking sit my son down and tell him the guy's just a freaking idiot. Fear not. But anyway, yeah.
Your intellectual capital, Schopenhauer was notoriously solitary. People called him a misanthrope. They said he hated humanity, but read The Wisdom of Life. He did not hate humanity. He was simply ruthless about his mental diet. He wrote, "To marry is to halve your rights and double your duties." He applied the same harsh mathematics to human interaction. To engage with a fool is to halve your intelligence and double your exhaustion. He developed the famous porcupine dilemma. On a cold winter night, porcupines huddle together for warmth.
I don't agree with this analogy, only because he's compared it to marriage. So, I mean, even if it was true, it's like, well, the motivation for marriage isn't to alleviate yourself of stress or strain. It's for love. There's a very different motivation for doing it. And your wife isn't a prickly porcupine that you can't cuddle up to. Mine's very soft.
But their quills prick each other, forcing them apart. They are trapped between freezing in isolation or bleeding in intimacy.
I don't tend to bleed. I mean, my wife does occasionally get a bit rough.
The intelligent person must master this distance.
Sorry, Neil, say again.
But I was saying my wife is nice and soft. I don't know what this guy's talking about. And you marry because that's how you become one flesh. Remember in Jerry Maguire, you complete me? That's true.
Yes, absolutely. I like watching videos just because they entertain me about the dating scene. So it's kind of like reminiscing about back in the days when I was on dating applications and meeting women. I'm sure I've mentioned it a few times. Well, I, as entertainment value goes, find a high degree of entertainment in those sorts of shows on YouTube. And when I watch them, I hear people moaning about the opposite sex. And I think, yeah, there's a lot of people that are incompatible with you out there, like a lot. And you have to work quite hard to find somebody that you truly love. And when they're talking about this, some guy said to me, he's like, women need to be like women and men need to be like men. I'm like, well, that's utterly profound, isn't it? Yeah, but you just need to find somebody that you actually like and would enjoy spending the rest of your time with. Then there's a good chance that you won't be unfaithful. You won't be wanting to look for something, a better deal, I think they call it. You know, you're not going to look for any of those things. But it does require a certain degree of effort to achieve those things. And most people haven't got the time or the inclination to do it because they're being preoccupied with other things that are sold to them as being more important. You're like, I don't know, I saw reproduction as very, very high value. Therefore, finding somebody that I wanted to raise kids with was of very, very high value. But if I just saw all women as porcupines, then there's a good chance that you're going to be sad and lonely at the end of that process. So from that perspective, I don't actually agree with this comparison. Glad it's in the pre-show.
You cannot avoid stupid people entirely. They are your managers, your clients, your neighbors, and sometimes your blood. But you must establish a psychological quarantine. When you are forced to interact with them, you do not bring your authentic self to the table. You bring an avatar. The avatar is polite. The avatar...
And that's true, generally speaking, right? You say you don't bring your authentic self, you bring an avatar. I think that's kind of true and kind of not true, right? Because the self that you bring, the avatar that you bring, is still you. When people pretend that the mask they wear isn't them, they're kidding themselves. When I say I know my monsters, I could pretend, I could demean that and go the other direction and say, oh, I mean, I occasionally wear the avatar of a monster, but that's not really me. I'm like, well, who is it then? It is you. Just because you bring a certain persona to a certain table with a certain meeting, with a certain outcome in mind, doesn't mean that's not you. It absolutely is you. It's just that perceived to be mask is different to how you might want yourself to be perceived. It doesn't mean it's not you. It just means that's the persona for the given scenario that you find yourself in.
Smiles. The avatar speaks.
Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
Does he mean that, okay, because I'm thinking, as he's saying that, I'm thinking when I sit down to eat dinner, I know my oldest son is going to want to throw something at me. So I just put on this polite, like, I don't care attitude, and don't even want to talk about it. Let's talk about something else. Because I do put that mask on.
That's part of you. You have it within yourself to demote the subject for the sake of getting on at dinner. But that's still you, isn't it? You haven't suddenly turned into a different person because you have it within your capabilities to suppress a certain subject matter so it doesn't destroy your dinner time. That's just you, right? That's just you doing what is needed to done to get your food in you without an argument.
Right, because I really seriously want to flip out, but I got to put this polite mask on and like try to deter the conversation somewhere else.
Right. But that, I don't know, this... I try and explain it when I'm talking about the persona I have online. It's like the persona I have online is a persona, right? If you were to meet me in person, I'm not going to be the exact same person as I am because I'm not sat in a chair, worried about what's going on my buttons, worried about what's going on the live stream, worried about who's in chat, who's joined, where I am in the video that I'm currently doing. Those things are preoccupying me, so that will alter how I behave in any given moment while I'm doing what I do. And what I do currently is being broadcast. It's reaching an audience, right? That doesn't mean it's not me. It's like when people lie to themselves and say, well, you just don't bring your authentic self. You're like, which self are you going to bring? Your inauthentic self? You're like, you can't. You can only be what you are. Now, at the other end of the extreme, you've got the people online who can't cope with who they really are. Right? They can't express who they really are because who they are in reality isn't very pleasant. And therefore, they can't get away with it in certain scenarios, like in public, because they'd have the ever-living shit kicked out of them. So they bring that persona online. Yeah, the dweebs are dweebs. And they can't get away with playing the tough guy because they're not. But they can online where no one can see them and they can hide behind a fake name. They can pretend to be a big tough guy, can't they? Like, but that unpleasant dweeb, that pretend fake tough guy that's just being rude, obnoxious and irritating to everybody around them, he's still you. You know what I'm talking about if it's you, if you're that person. You're like, you want to tell yourself, oh, that's just a persona I have online. No, yeah, it's still you though, isn't it? You're doing it. You're the one behind that mask. Whether or not you pretend it's a mask or not.
In short, agreeable sentences. Interesting perspective. I see what you mean. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, I think that sort of sentiment is a perfectly legitimate way of dealing with the people who oppose us. That's an interesting way of looking at it. What's that? Levels curved? That's a very interesting way of looking at it.
The avatar gives them nothing to attack. The avatar is a mirror, reflecting their own noise back at them.
Yeah, that's a better analogy. You're holding up a mirror to them. So recently I've been the aggressive dweeb, like 10 years of being told to jump off buildings and kill myself. That has been reflected back in the dweebs' faces recently, hasn't it? Describing how in public they'll have the ever-living shit kicked out of them. I did it 2 minutes ago. That's me holding up a mirror to the dweebs. Yeah?
While your actual mind remains protected.
Right, again, actual mind. So what, it was the computer mind that made you do... No. It was still your actual mind that did that.
Behind a fortress of
I mean, Schopenhauer's not flawless, right? Everyone's got their flaws.
Detachment. This is the Machiavellian application of Schopenhauer's philosophy. You are physically present, but intellectually absent. They will think they are having a conversation with you. They will think
they are. Yeah, this is nonsense.
They are winning. Let them. The illusion of victory is the cheapest toy you can give a fool to keep them quiet. Do you feel the guilt rising? The societal conditioning telling you that this is manipulative, that it is arrogant to view others this way?
We don't have to do this, right? We don't have to give anybody the illusion of victory. When we say, yes, you can believe you are on a sphere, it is based on flat earth measurements. Those are statements of facts, as opposed to the illusion of victory.
Kill that guilt. That guilt is exactly why you have been suffering. You have been treating intellectual predators like fragile victims. A foolish person who aggressively insists on their own ignorance is
How are you?
All right, Neil, how are you?
Surf Daddy Avatar in the house.
Hello, good to have you. Did I not give you an introduction, Surf Daddy?
Yeah, you did. I was just announcing that my avatar is now in the house.
Oh, well, very good. Good to see you. We're covering a video, in case you can't tell, because it's already on screen. We're already about, I don't know how many % of the way through it we already are, but we're certainly a chunk, maybe a third of the way through it already. 10 minutes of 27, more than a third of the way through. So we're probably going to continue with that straight away, unless anybody's got anything generally they wanted to cover at the beginning of this live stream. We've been off for a few days, thanks to the weekend, not because of anything unusual particularly. So did anybody have anything they wanted to bring up before we get back into this video? Now we're live.
Just before you get on, how's it going with the book? Because people want to know.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Did someone else want to add something?
It's something related to this very video that we were watching in the pre-show. I just wanted to say that there was a bit of nihilism and cynicism tinged all throughout this video. And probably the reason behind that would be the atheistic affiliations of Arthur Schopenhauer.
Absolutely correct. Yes, Schopenhauer's a miserable sod.
Yep. And he was inspired by Eastern mysticism of self-denial and pessimistic philosophical ideas. So, yep.
That's right. He was a bit of a hermit. But yes, well observed. I couldn't agree more. Yes, that is just Schopenhauer and his nature. If you've experienced anything from him previously, then you'll be aware of that. And I was acutely aware of that before bringing him onto the show. Hence me disagreeing with quite a fair bit of what he said up until this point, because he is so pessimistic. But that doesn't mean that there isn't value, a high degree in this particular instance of value in what he's saying when it comes to assessment of the fools that you debate with and the energy that you expel for no necessary benefit from that discussion. So from that perspective, that's why I brought this particular video onto the show. I will share this video with whoever it is who's in the live stream chat. Probably very few people currently, as we've only just started. But this video is from how do you say it? Mindplicit? I think I'm saying that correctly. It's just an AI generated video. Although he does have almost 200,000 subscribers from this AI slop. Very good. I wish I could achieve the same sort of levels. But nevertheless, I will share this video with the live stream chat. So if you are watching live, you can actually pop along to the video. If you wanted to leave a comment for the videographer, feel free.
Well, they nicknamed him Scrooge because he's a Scrooge. And the stuff that makes sense, those are the things he takes from the Bible and they reword it. Same thing as the other guy, Alan Watts.
Yeah, you can't. If you're going to pull, you should and are best served by pooling from the best, right?
Yeah. But everybody, they put it to like his wisdom. They take things from the Bible and they Easternize it. You know, sort of like how they take flat measurements and globalize it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Do you fancy doing me a favor? Who's got the live stream chat up?
I do.
You want to read out some of the messages from live stream chat? You feel free. I watched a show, in case anybody's not aware, I'm a bit of an audiophile, having worked in the audio industry for a number of years. Majority of my life, actually, before doing this. That's what I did. And as a result, I'm still very much interested in that particular subject matter. And throughout my career in audio, there was a lot of myths and smoke and mirrors that were used to flog equipment. And I used a lot of those smoke and mirrors, not necessarily completely aware that they were smoke and mirrors. I was believing my own bullshit to a certain degree. Now, there's a certain YouTube videographer called Robot Underground. And now this guy makes subwoofers. That's all he does. He makes subwoofers and sells audio equipment to people who like putting bass in their cars. And he has gone to the effort of dispelling a lot of hi-fi audio myths throughout his YouTube career. And he was doing a live stream yesterday evening. I was up about 3-4 in the morning, couldn't sleep for whatever reason. And he happened to be doing a live stream. So I joined his live stream and he had his wife, or whatever she is, girlfriend, mistress, whoever, is his woman with him, literally reading out every single chat as he was making a subwoofer and he was responding to it. And I really enjoyed that interaction. Now, it might be the case that it gets a bit overwhelming because we have a lot more subscribers than he does, no offence to him, and therefore the chat can get quite busy here. But it would be nice to actually do some responses to the live stream chat as people type in. So I don't know if you want to be Johnny on the spot with reading out some of those messages as we go along, Neil, as we cover this video. I'm happy to take interruptions from the chat today. See how it goes.
No problem.
You asked about the book. There's been no work on it, so I wasn't going to mention this, and I did tell you before in the pre-show, just before we started.
No, you just got to go what we're up to, because they just want to know like where we're at. So you can give them a brief synopsis of what we got accomplished. Or you and your wife, me just listening.
There's only one chapter left to do. There's one chapter left to edit. That's it. It's essentially all but done. It's very, very, very close. Once that chapter has been edited, it'll be added to the single file that has all of the chapters in. So up until now, what we've been calling the 7th draft is the process of gathering up all of the information that was gleaned on all of those individual files, hence 6th draft, and editing them. And then that will be put into, or has been now put into, a single file, like a complete book. And then that will be gone through in its entirety and edited again, which is 8th draft, and then that will be published. So it's pretty close. I mean, I would expect that going through the completed file with all of the chapters in it will take another couple of weeks to go through it all in its entirety, because there won't be as many heavy edits to go through. But the process is almost complete, so we're on track to get it out exactly as I said. It'll be hopefully coming out in Easter. So there or thereabouts. It might be a bit sooner than Easter, it might be a bit after Easter, but hopefully around Easter the book will be available. Who was asking? Just going to say people.
A few people in chat, a few people sent messages. You know, other than the horrible messages I do get messages with, hey, how's the book going? And I'm sure what's his name wants to know about the translation. So it's getting close. So when is the proper time we could reintroduce ventriloquorum to the scene so he can translate it? But one chapter left, man. That's outstanding.
Yeah, I would expect to get ventriloquorum. He's the guy who's going to be doing our translation. So for the audience's benefit, ventriloquorum is a guy who did the translations for Eric DeBay's books, and he has offered to give me his services in the same respect to my book and translate it. So I would hope that he'll come on board once we're going through the final 8th draft of the book. So it's a complete book. It just needs minor edits so that he's getting a general gist of it with only very minor issues. Because obviously if he's listening to it as we're making heavy edits, it's not going to be much use to him. Whereas if there's only minor edits, he'll have to presumably make the same sort of similar minor edits to make it grammatically correct in a different language anyway. And those are the kind of minor edits that I'm talking about when we go through it in the 8th draft. So that's imminent. I would hope that ventriloquorum will get back in touch. Hopefully he'll hear this, or someone will give him a tap and say, it might be an idea for you to get in touch with Nathan and start joining in on the process so that you can get an idea of what you're going to be doing in terms of the translation, because it's almost complete. I mean, by the same token, I've just to give an idea of how complete it is, I've said, my mother asked me recently, like, how are you getting on with the book? And I said, well, actually, we're at the point where I could send you the draft and it would be good enough for you to read and get a really good idea of how the book will actually be presented to anybody who's paying for it. So by the same token, yeah, I hope that the translator, that's ventriloquorum, will start to join us in the process. And yeah, then it'll be translatable into different languages, and then I can publish those. Obviously, it'll still be chargeable. I'll still be getting people to pay for it regardless of which language it's in. It is designed to make me a revenue stream. So from that perspective, it's not going to be like you can buy it in Spanish for free or something. No. But yeah, I hope he'll, offer his services and still be keen. I haven't spoken to him for a little while. Right, was there anything else, or should we carry on with this video?
Carry on, mate.
Okay, I'm going to put myself on screen so I don't actually have to constantly pause the video. I'll do another plug for it, actually. This is a recent video, and it came out a couple of weeks ago. So this is How Intelligent People Deal with Stupid People by Schopenhauer. And the videographer is Mindplicit, if I'm saying that correctly. So yeah, go and give the videographer some love. He's a considerably larger channel than our own, but nevertheless, everybody loves a bit of YouTube love. So please offer it to him. Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots, or indeed by the videographer themselves if you're antagonistic or passive aggressive or whatever it is that you feel the need to be when you're passing on the love. Just give him a nice comment and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So as I say, this is How Intelligent People Deal with Stupid People. We're already about a third of the way through the video.
Who aggressively insists on their own ignorance is not innocent. They are a hazard. David Robson, in The Intelligence Trap, details how institutional stupidity, smart people following the confident, incorrect herd, has caused plane crashes, economic collapses, and medical disasters.
In this video,
Stupidity is dangerous. You do not owe it your vulnerability. You do not owe it your energy. You must view their ignorance as a force of nature. You do not argue with a hurricane. You do not try to educate a flood. You board up the windows. You seek high ground, and you let the storm exhaust itself. But what happens when the fool has power over you? What happens when the irrational mind signs your paycheck or holds the key to your promotion?
This doesn't apply to us if we exclude YouTube. So YouTube algorithmic bots have a certain degree of control over me as a YouTuber. But for anybody watching this, this is simply not applicable when it comes to this subject matter. Right, when it comes to flat Earth and how it's measured, there's nobody in charge of you that can have any influence over you. That works both ways, though. It means that you little fart sniffer, you don't have any influence over it either.
How do you survive when the system itself rewards the loudest idiot in the room? This requires an entirely different...
You know what I mean? So the loudest idiot in the room is Professor Dave or Simon Dan. That's the equivalent. So, like I say, it affects me from a YouTube videography point of view, but that's because the only thing that has any bearing on this subject matter from this perspective is a social influence. And the social influence has been expressed as a control over society itself, as opposed to an actual bearing on how Earth gets measured. Earth gets measured flat, just not by you. You knowing that it's flat has no difference on how Earth got measured. You believing that it's a ball has no bearing on how flat Earth gets measured either. Therefore, there is no consequence. There is a minor consequence to how much bread I can put on my table because of the YouTube censorship that I suffer as an individual, but not you, not the audience. As far as you're concerned, utterly inconsequential. There is no fool in power over you when it comes to this subject matter.
Different set of weapons. The most dangerous animal is not the predator, it is the frightened beast with a crown. When a person of low intellect acquires power, their entire psychological architecture is built on a fault line of deep, unacknowledged insecurity. They sense, on a primal level, that they are outmatched by the minds around them.
This is what you were describing earlier, Neil. You asked the question, for the people who argue this, did they really know it is flat? Well, that is what Schopenhauer is alluding to. There's a certain sense of insecurity that leads you to behave in that way. Me included, I'll be the first to confess to that. But that addresses what you suggested, right, Neil? From our own side, from the flat Earth side, it's not like we're having a jab at the bull believers when it comes to pointing this out, is it?
No, I think it's like what I heard on 24/7. I'm like, listen. I'm saying, do they really know it's flat, or do they still have a belief? Because the way they were continually arguing it instead of just demonstrating how it's measured flat is beyond my comprehension.
They do not process this as a need to learn. They process it as a threat to their survival. If you walk into their domain and display your brilliance, you are not proving your worth. You are holding a mirror up to their inadequacy. And a fool with...
That's what's costing me at the moment. Now, it's a short-term loss I'm willing to accept based on the fact that I'm going to have a book coming out recently, and that will give me a boost in terms of my YouTube algorithmic love that I personally receive. But we are an affront to the very special feeling that flat Earth gives people. And when we mirror that and say, no, you don't actually have any bearing on it, it's a huge affront to the people. People who are on our own side find that highly offensive, don't they?
Yeah, like this guy. Let me read you something in chat because he's got issues. Guy's name is @measuredchunk. One particular issue is like seeing the same South Pole scenario like we see in the North, but South being a different direction everywhere.
I don't see the problem with that. What's his? I don't really understand his point.
Or the sun on the equinox moving on the circle of equal altitude called the equator. We don't look 45 degrees north when it sets on the equator. We look straight from east to west. All I hear is flat Earth examples there. North, south, east, and west.
Yeah, that's kind of why I said I don't really understand his point. So what's your point? We're looking at... Go ahead. Hey, John.
He's claiming planar geometry to say that it's not a plane. Is what he's doing.
Is he on our side? I can't tell anymore because it's hard to distinguish now that we know. When we now, as we now know, right? Things like surface level, altitude, directionality, perpendicularity, sea level, flight level, eye level, surface level. All of these things are prerequisite flat Earth measurements. So when you hear somebody from the chat asking about how the equinox works when looking east, okay, you go, well, is this a flat earther? He's using flat Earth directionality, so you can't really tell. Now, there's a good chance that you'll say, well, actually, no, I know based on his screen name, I didn't hear what you said, but based on his screen name, it might be the case that you can allude to his belief. But ultimately speaking, how are you supposed to tell when they're all using flat Earth measurements? It's really hard to tell the ball believers from the flat earthers anymore, isn't it?
Well, the way you tell the ball believers is they'll use the planar measurements to assert that it's not a plane.
Is that what he's doing? He's just asking about...
Here's another one. Let's see if he is doing it. Why do you conclude that the north is a common point, but south isn't? Why does your logic turn? What do you use besides presuming flat Earth? Oh, that's not a presumption there, my friend. This is where you're lost. This is a measurement. Nothing to do with logic. So logic don't turn.
And he says, why do I assume south is a point? I don't. I just know how a compass works. I mean, go and buy a compass and look at what it is and how it works. It's leveled to a plane of reference and it has a little needle that points horizontally north. The opposite is south. That's it. It's really basic. You know, I mean, I'm not the arbiter of how a compass works, but for you to ask this question, you need to employ this principle of flatness, of horizontality, of a needle pointing towards north on a tool that is leveled. It is just that simple.
Power will shatter the mirror to avoid looking at the reflection. Schopenhauer was brutally clear about this dynamic. He wrote that to display conspicuous intelligence or outstanding qualities in the presence of mediocrity is an unpardonable sin.
Yeah, that's the problem. Us boiling this down to absolute simplicity is an affront to the people who are on our own side currently. So just saying Earth's measured flat was initially met by, you can't just say that. Yeah, you can. Yeah? If I say a compass is just flat, it is leveled to a plane of reference, that is how it functions, that's not complicated. It's just how a compass works. Now, for somebody out there who says, well, no, it's not that simple. Why are you saying that south is not a point or is a point? It's like, I'm not. I'm just pointing out how a compass works. Now, how a compass works has got a crucial word in that statement. Works. That is to say, it is put to practical effect. It does work. Yeah? So when you're talking about tools that do work, and they are ipso facto horizontal, there is no debate. It's just how it is.
The mediocre mind experiences physical pain in the presence of greatness. It triggers a secret, gnawing hatred. They will not attack your intelligence directly. They will attack your character.
Yep. So what is it that Neil was saying in the pre-show? He's got people claiming he's a drug dealer and that he's abusing kids. What a shock. Yeah? So they won't attack horizontality of a compass. Then I suggest that Neil's a drug dealer and that he's abusing kids. Yeah, that's what they'll do. They'll attack your character.
Well, this guy might, because what he's saying is, if I measure my son's flat Earth directionality, shouldn't we look 45 degrees north if we want to navigate?
Sorry.
Again, you're given a direction north.
Why are you suddenly the arbiter of this? Why am I the arbiter of what the sun does and how it's measured in a given flat Earth only directionality? Once we have pointed out how flat Earth the directionality is, and you are using it, that is the end of the discussion. I'm a YouTuber. Did you want to go and find people who have actually utilised the sun and its movements to develop a system that's time and argue with them? Because you're barking up the wrong tree. You know, why are you appealing to us for how these flat Earth prerequisite measurements have been applied to the systems that were already in place? You're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, because he says from west, because you all claim the GP is on a circle, but we see it only going straight.
GPs are on a circle. It's called a circle of equal elevation. Again, you're barking up the wrong tree if you don't like what a circle of equal elevation is. I'm not the arbiter of circles of equal elevations. Neither's Neil. How a GP functions at the zenith point of a star on the surface, it's a ground position. That's just what it is. Again, I am not responsible for these things. They are flat. And me pointing them out from a social perspective means that people can hear how flat Earth is being dealt with as a fact. But that doesn't make me the arbiter of it. It doesn't mean that you can argue with me about it. And I'm not going to argue with you about it. Piss off and argue with somebody who has some consequence on how these are functionally applied to the time system that we use. Now, I didn't create that. But I do understand that every single question that this man has put to us from the chat requires Earth be a flat plane to describe directions, to describe degrees. Those degrees are flat Earth prerequisites, you dumbass.
They will call you difficult, uncooperative, or not a team player. They will use the bureaucracy of the system to bleed you dry. You cannot out-argue a king in his own castle.
I said it already, but I will say it again. This doesn't apply to you, the audience, right? This has no bearing on you. There is no king of the Flat Earth castle that is lording anything over you. It only applies to me as an individual on YouTube. Now, I'm not going to bleat and moan about how censored I am. I'm going to proactively do something about it. I've already done it. I've written a book. That means that I can go out and I can plug that book on other people's platforms and generate more interest in my channel so that I can overcome the tyranny of the YouTube king. That's what I will do. You, as an audience member, you don't have this problem. Yeah? Now, it also means that you don't have any influence over it. In the same way as I've just self-confessed, I'm not the arbiter of the time system when it comes to measurements of the sun off a flat Earth in a flat Earth direction with a flat Earth angle. Yeah, I'm not the arbiter of that. I can detail it nice and concisely like I just did. That doesn't mean you get to argue with me about it. You don't. Yeah, you can get lost. But it also means that you don't have any influence over it. What's this guy in the chat going to do? If he comes to the conclusion that he's used flat Earth prerequisites, will he change the world? Will he make a new time system? No. This guy's a nobody. He's here arguing with YouTubers about fundamental premises that develop structures like time.
Well, thank you, Michael Kahn. Mike said it's a brand new stock account just made today. So it could be anybody from the peanut gallery.
Still a person.
It's necessary.
Go ahead, John.
For the religion that they're part of, they must destroy knowledge so that they may assert their belief. That is their sole purpose here.
Can't though, can they? That's the biggest problem. Yes, in an isolated, socialized structure of flat Earth, where it's conspiratards versus fart-sniffing dweebs, then they can attempt, in that isolated system, destroy the knowledge of a flat Earth in order to punt their belief of a ball. However, in reality, the Earth's surface was measured flat to produce their ball. So they can't brace against it, can they? That's an impossibility.
You must outplay him. Look at the blood-soaked history of the three kingdoms.
Yeah, that's what I've just described. Outplaying the YouTube algorithm. Yeah? Produce a book, go out on other people's channels, and then the YouTube algorithmic censorship is less effective. That's all I can do. Outplay the king. The king being the YouTube algorithm. That's what I need to do. But as an inconsequential YouTuber trying to grow my social status and my social influence and my money stream, that's what I'm trying to do. As opposed to the delusional idiots who come here in chat and argue with us like we have some bearing on how time works, how the sun moves, how it's measured on a flat plane, or how a freaking compass gets leveled. Yeah, we're not the arbiter of any of those things. Now, that might seem to the people who are on our own side detrimental to the oh-so-superior knowledge that they thought they held. They didn't. The people who are actually out there measuring Earth flat actually find that information quite tedious. We've heard it a couple of times from people who are describing how, oh, well, in a sarcastic tone, I measure my ground flat recreationally. or apologising for how describing trig points is actually quite boring. Yet those are the people that are actually putting into practical application the flat earth that we measure, and they're disclaiming how boring they perceive it to be through sarcasm or quite directly and overtly. Now, the flat earthers, on the other hand, think that they've got a special secret occult knowledge. You haven't.
Sima Yi was arguably the most brilliant military strategist of his era, but he found himself serving beneath Cao Shuang, a regent of immense power and staggering foolishness. Cao Shuang was arrogant, impulsive, and deeply envious of Sima Yi's intellect. If Sima Yi challenged him, he and his entire bloodline would be executed. If he argued, he would be crushed. So,
can you see how this isn't a problem for you? Yeah? You understanding and knowing that Earth is flat isn't going to mean that you're going to have your family wiped out. Now, there's a perception from fart-sniffing dweebs that they can mobilise real men, that's the authorities that they aren't, to do something about us, yeah? So they contact the police about us, they contact social services about us, they put out lies about Neil being a drug dealer or me being a child abuser to the men that can do things. But that's not them. They don't actually have any influence. They're not real men. They're low-value individuals that appeal to other real men to do their dirty work on their behalf. They try and weaponize those real men, the men who do have true authority. They're not successful in it. They certainly haven't been successful against me, claiming I'm a child abuser. I'm not. But they've attempted it unsuccessfully. Why? So that this limited arena of belief can be isolated away from the individuals exposing the truth in a social setting. It's inconsequential though, isn't it? You're still going to measure Earth flat with a compass. West is still going to be flat. North is still going to be flat. East is still going to be flat, and so south. Those things will never change. Sea level will still be the arbiter of the plane of reference used to acquire perpendicular heights from it. You're never going to change that. And ever. Doesn't matter how much I talk about it, and it doesn't matter if you want to challenge me on it. Because if you challenge me and I buckle under the pressure and stress of being called a child abuser, not the argument, is that going to change anything? Is that going to mean that there's an alteration to sea level or compasses? No. Like I keep saying, these people who we've opposed for the last 10 years, we were also barking up the wrong tree arguing with them like we were going to have some consequence on the world and how it's measured. Most things that are true go through these stages if they're being suppressed. That is to say, initially they're treated as being ludicrous. When most people came to this subject, they went, nah, flat Earth, that's stupid. What a bunch of idiots. Why would anybody believe that? That's ludicrous. Then they report us to social services and claim we're drug dealers. Yeah? Violently opposed. Then the third stage, which we're just on the precipice of, is accepting it as it was always the case. You, in a social setting, accepting it as having been known to be the case always anyway. Well, given that it was the case always that Earth was being measured flat, it created your bull belief. It's easy to see how societally people can take that very small step forward and go, yeah, I always knew it was flat. It's not like I don't know what sea level is. That's just around the corner. But it isn't necessary. That's to say, I don't need to change the world into a flat Earth belief when it's already being measured flat. The fact that there's a social debate going on about whether or not it's ball-shaped, when the ball that the people who are arguing for that particular position is required to have flat Earth measurements build it, means that the entire debate becomes moot. You just don't know that yet. That's not going to mean that there's going to be a loss of jobs when suddenly the whole world wakes up to how flat Earth was being measured anyway. It was being measured that way anyway. Who cares?
Sima Yi executed the most humiliating and effective strategy in the history of warfare, the submission gambit. He faked senility. When Cao Shuang's spies came to check on him, Sima Yi acted the part of a dying, pathetic old man. He purposely dropped his soup, letting it spill down his robes. He pretended he could not hear. He confused names. He looked entirely broken. The spy reported back to Chao Shuang. The foolish regent laughed. He felt superior. He felt safe. He stopped viewing Sima Yi as a threat and lowered his defenses. The fool's ego was satisfied. Months later, while Chao Shuang was out on a hunting trip.
Yeah, now I've got to make this disclaimer. So again, by contrast, we're not a threat. What are we threatening? How flat it gets measured? It was always being measured flat. So from that perspective, we aren't a threat. There's got to be an illusion created like we are. So we have in the past heard how if suddenly flat earthers take a hold, that there's going to be jobs at risk and that there's going to be a societal collapse because of it. It's like, no, that is also a false impression that's created. You know, the fact that there is a lack of consequence to finding out it's flat or believing you're on a ball works both ways. That's to say, there's not going to be a societal collapse. There's not some coup that's going to occur as a result of everybody realising how flat it was always being measured. Go ahead.
Hold on. There's some governmental offices that need to be addressed then.
Drop in the ocean.
So,
people think that NASA's some big deal. Like, oh, right, because they're getting 72 million a day or something?
Not just NASA, you got the school system, you got a bunch of things that it will affect them. I'm not saying it's going to be catastrophic,
Minor.
But for those people it will be.
I just think it's so insignificant. Yeah, the amount of money that people think NASA's consuming, they think that's consequential because to them it's a big number. It's like, to you as an individual, it's a big number. In the big scheme of things, it's irrelevant because money's almost irrelevant. You know, it's a means to an end. Now, I can have this mindset because I don't necessarily value money in the same way as everyone else does. And for that reason, I feel justified in saying that the consequences of relinquishing ourselves of NASA is inconsequential. It really isn't that big a deal. Like, yes, there might be people who have to relocate, but that happens all the time. I'm sure there's entities and businesses that are bigger than NASA that have folded, like companies that are bigger, that have disappeared completely. And so what? People find new jobs. It doesn't matter. It's not that big a deal. People think that it's the end of the world because we'll lose NASA. Nah, I don't agree.
Sima Yi dropped the act. He rose from his sickbed, orchestrated a lightning-fast military coup, and seized the entire empire. Chao Shuang lost.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Again, that's the secret king element of flat earthers, where they think they're going to seize the empire. Like, suddenly we'll take control of the madhouse. Nah. You know, get that out of your thick skull too. Yeah, you're not going to have any bearing on it. It was always being measured flat. Being unaware because there was a control structure called heliocentrism, a one-world religion, was just that, a religion to keep you under control. It doesn't mean that there won't be a new boss when the old boss resigns. There will be, I absolutely assure you. So don't perceive that once everybody wakes up to how flat it is, that will change the world. It won't.
Well,
it
you know what
already
they say,
being measured flat.
Sorry, meet the new boss. You know, the answer is to that, right? He's the same as the old boss.
Yeah, there'll be a new control structure to keep society in check. It won't be heliocentrism. There'll be a different one-world religion.
Lost his head because he believed the illusion. Sima Yi understood something you must learn today. Your intelligence is not a badge you wear on your chest. It is a concealed weapon. You do not draw a concealed weapon to show off. You keep it hidden until the exact moment it is required. When dealing with a powerful fool, feed them the exact emotion they are starving for. Superiority.
I just Googled it. NASA employs directly and indirectly 340,000 people. That's just how many jobs would
That's
be
one
lost.
space agency.
Hold on, Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only one space agency, John. What about the other one? What about Elon Musk? What about the
How
other
many did you say? 300,000?
340,000 are directly tied just to NASA.
So by comparison, Ford employs 171,000 people. So if you got rid of Ford and Chevrolet, it'd be the equivalent then.
Well, that's
Does that
what
not put it in perspective?
Yeah, but I said it'll be a problem for them, won't it? Their life will be turned upside down.
Pardon me. It is a common saying that whenever the automotive industry sneezes, the economy catches a cold. We're talking about something more massive than that.
Thank you.
It will be a problem.
Okay.
Ask them for advice on trivial matters. Let them correct you on minor, irrelevant details. Thank them for their insight. You are not submitting. You are anesthetizing them.
This is all working on the premise that there's going to be some consequence. So this is, well, Schopenhauer's rhetoric in this regard is being given under the guise that you have some greater, loftier purpose to achieve. Like you're in some business setting and you've got a boss that you're trying to overcome, or in this case it's a king and a military advisor that's planning a coup. So therefore there is a grander scheme to be endeavoured towards in this regard. I completely disagree in this respect, though, for us as individuals. Now, if you're saying that there's going to be some consequence of losing NASA, maybe we could agree to disagree in that regard. Maybe, as you say, if there's an automotive industry. The difference is that, with the automotive industry, there's an actual product that comes out that keeps the world rolling in the most literal of senses. Whereas in terms of NASA, there isn't. There is no sudden detrimental loss to the economy beyond the jobs themselves. There's no loss of motor cars by comparison, is there?
No, but wouldn't there be a chain reaction, though, Nathan? That's what I'm saying. That is going to trigger something else, and then something else is going to trigger. It's going to cause a chain reaction.
It'd mean a lot of people would have to find new jobs. And is it really a lot of people? They claim there's, 7 billion people? 300,000? I just don't see that as a big deal. No offense if you're working for NASA.
That's just NASA, correct. And you're talking about all the space agencies. It'll be a lot more than that.
It could be the end of memory mattresses.
So what you're saying, it could be 1 million people?
Just in America, yeah.
I mean, when you edge up to that sort of number, I mean, maybe it'll have a difference.
You are injecting their ego with a narcotic so heavy they fall asleep at the wheel, leaving you free to operate in the shadows. You trade a momentary scratch to your pride for absolute, unhindered maneuverability. There is a specific type of exhaustion that comes from trying to translate complex reality for a simplistic mind. You draw diagrams, you use analogies, you break the concept down into its smallest atomic parts, and they still stare at you, their eyes completely blank, before repeating the exact same flawed argument they made 20 minutes ago. This is the core of the intelligence trap. You assume their inability to understand is a failure of your explanation. It is not. It is a failure of their hardware.
Dreams.
Ads.
In that respect, when we say that the Earth is measured flat, it's their cognitive dissonance that isn't accepting the communication. It's not our fault that we're miscommunicating.
Yeah, but what consequence is there if they don't get it, and what consequence is there if they do get it? Not rhetorical.
There's no consequence either way. The only thing we need to realize is that that goes for us too. There's no consequence.
Yep.
Whether we try to teach them the truth or not. So, yeah, it's not our fault that people can't figure it out. And there's no consequence if they do or don't figure it out. It's still going to be measured flat either way.
Exactly. On that note, if you are enjoying what we're currently covering, maybe you'd like to become a Patreon. So in the link below this video, there is a link to Patreon. Or indeed, if you want to watch some of the Uncut and After Show where we covered the beginning part of this particular video by Schopenhauer, then please become a YouTube channel member. Again, there's a link below this video.
Cognitive bias reveals a chilling reality. Highly intelligent people are uniquely vulnerable to a specific error, the belief that everyone else processes information the same way they do. You think in probabilities, you weigh evidence, you adjust your conclusions based on new data. The fool thinks in absolutes. They form a conclusion first, usually based on a visceral emotion or tribal loyalty, and then they completely reject any data that contradicts it.
There we go. I might replay that. Did you all hear that? I'm going to rewind 10 seconds.
To me, it sounds like Whitson and the Ether Believers.
Well, I mean, we can compare this and contrast it to our own as well, which it being our own in this example, but just listen again.
They form a conclusion first, usually based on a visceral emotion or tribal loyalty, and then they completely reject any data that contradicts it.
Yeah, I would directly associate that to bull believers. Yeah, there's a tribal mentality. We often describe that as being part of the consensus, which means that they must automatically reject anything that contrasts their belief. Now, in this particular instance, it's a little bit different because there's been an integration of the actual contrasting, devastating fact of Earth measurements from within their own belief. So for whatever reason, there's an ability for globe believers to utilize and incorporate flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements, surface level measurements, eye level measurements, altitude measurements, parallel, perpendicularity, all Euclidean principles, and then say you're on a ball. So how this has been the case, I don't know. It's clever, but for the ball believer to actually utilize the very thing that defeats their own belief from within their own rhetoric is quite an astonishing feat. I don't know how that's happened, but that's probably why we're currently public enemy number one, because we're just saying, well, like the guy in the chat earlier, so are you going to ask us about degrees? That's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. You're going to ask us about directions of how the sun's moving through an elevation angle measurement? That's a flat Earth prerequisite. In a directionality, south and north, you're like, why are you doing this? That's stupid. You have to accept these. You either relinquish your own belief in a ball because you don't want to accept how flat Earth gets measured for it, or you don't have any measurements for your ball. There aren't any alternatives. Once you accept that you've got flat Earth prerequisite measurements of surface level, then Earth's measured flat. There is no further discussion to be had.
Yeah, but they have no choice, Nathan. You're right, because without flat Earth, they got no balls, so they rely on them measurements.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. So from within their own rhetoric, it can be pointed out that they need flat Earth measurements to have their belief, as opposed to us offering up a contrasting point of view that they hadn't experienced that they can just reject out of hand. It's intrinsic to their belief, which is probably why it's so painful. It's probably why the truth is braced against in such a violent way for us as flat earthers up until now. Because from within the social structure of debate about flat Earth, they needed to align with the flat Earth measurements, forming the most pure cognitive dissonance imaginable. Amazing, really. 65 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. It's like 2 clicks. Click, click, share. Put it on your favourite social media platform. That's Bebo or MySpace or whatever it is that you're using currently. But yeah, smash that share button. Please share the show if you're enjoying this particular endeavour to share the information. Not that it's necessarily going to change anybody's lives. Please let them know if they're concerned after you've shared it with them that they'll still have to pay their mortgage. And so will I. So please join me on Patreon.
Trying to force them to see the nuance is like trying to install the latest operating system on a typewriter.
That affirmed it. That statement affirmed that I was going to be covering this video today. Trying to get the person to understand how flat Earth is measured is like trying to install Windows 10 on a typewriter.
It is impossible. The architecture does not support it. So, stop trying.
Flat Earth does not compute. Does not compute. Well, you're using it. It is part of your structure. You're using it. No, it's not. Level curves.
Schopenhauer advised a radical departure from the instinct to educate. In his 38 stratagems for winning an argument, he designed tactics specifically for dealing with opponents who are immune to reason. One of his most effective methods is the strategic use of irony.
Yeah, this is where I've lost all concern. I don't care. I'm not into educating our opponents anymore because it's inconsequential, so I don't care. If you want to believe you're on a ball, you're welcome to. You believing you're on a ball has no influence on anything. It's measured flat for your ball, so believe it. It doesn't matter. You still have to measure Earth flat at some point to believe you're on a ball. So me educating you is irrelevant. I don't need to educate you. You'll need flat Earth measurements anyway. But feel free, you believe you're on a ball. I don't have to educate you.
You know what you're going to get for that? You're going to get somebody screaming from the chat, report this channel every day, y'all. Get these people off the internet.
When a fool corners you with a demand for agreement on a ridiculous premise, do not fight the premise. Say this: what you are proposing is so extraordinary, it completely transcends my poor capacity to understand it. I must defer to your judgment.
So the advice from Schopenhauer is to say, your violation of an axiomatic principle is so radical that I must defer to your judgment in this regard. Nah, I don't need to. Right? So this is something where Schopenhauer and I disagree. Because of the specific circumstances of flat Earth, where their requirement for flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements, surface level measurements, ground position, circles of equal altitude, surface level, eye level, perpendicularity, parallel planes of reference. These are all things that are incorporated into the creation and formation of a sphere belief in the first instance. So I don't need to do this. I mean, it's obviously applicable to certain circumstances if you're talking about the strategic moving forward of a corporate identity and you're debating with an ignorant fool for a boss, then I can understand how this would be applicable. It's just not applicable to us. It's not to demean it's not to wrong button. It's not to demean Schopenhauer and his rhetoric.
The fool will puff out their chest. They will take it as a concession. They will believe they have dazzled you with their brilliance. But anyone with a fraction of intellect watching the exchange will hear the dripping sarcasm. You have insulted them to their face, and they thanked you for it. You have safely exited the conversation without expending a single calorie of intellectual energy. You must understand the economics of attention. Every hour you spend debating a fool is an hour stolen from your own empire.
Now, that is definitely true. We just didn't know it. We thought that we were fighting for the greater good, that we were going to change the world. We had an incorrect perception that what we were doing was going to benefit humanity. Now, it was always measured flat anyway. So what were we doing? What did we want to change? Because in reality, we actually want the opposite. We don't want to change anything. You think I want to change how flat Earth gets measured? No, I don't need to make any changes. The fact that those flat Earth measurements are used to create a ball so that people can be subservient, well, that's not my problem. You be however you want to be. You want to be subservient to the one world religion that's built on flat Earth measurements, then you go ahead. It's not consequential to me. The fact that I've spent a lot of time debating with it just means that I've reached this conclusion after the debate. So it's not valueless from my perspective, but to continue to do it is very much valueless from this point forth.
It is energy diverted from your wealth, your health, your actual goals. Fools are energy vampires. They do not produce, they consume. They drag you into endless circular debates because they have nothing better to do with their time. Your time is expensive. Theirs is worthless. When you engage, you are trading gold for dirt. Cut the transaction. Walk away. Let them believe they won. The lion does not lose sleep over the opinions of sheep.
Yeah, you want to be on a ball. Bless your little socks. You have your ball. On your way. Yeah, I completely agree.
And the
that's not enough
architect
for
does
them,
not
Nathan.
Say again?
But it seems like that's not enough for them because I've taken that approach. And it's just they come at you harder and more viciously.
Yep. Yeah, because they know that they've lost at that point. What they needed was to keep you engaged so that there was a debate to be had, because in a social environment, the debate is everything. In the world of measurements, it's meaningless though, isn't it?
That's correct.
Weep when the demolition crew calls his blueprints confusing. We need to address the darkest part
Blueprints are flat.
of your psychology. The reason you keep engaging with them. It is not just because you want to be right. It is because you feel sorry for them.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think there's a certain degree of empathy that we have towards our opponent where, like Jin described, he feels like these people need saving, like they need converting, like you're helping them, like you've got a due diligence, I think is the way he phrased it. And I just don't agree. I don't think it matters. I think it's inconsequential to how it gets measured, whether or not the fart-sniffing dweebs that oppose us find out that or not.
You think, if I can just make them see the truth, their life will improve. If I can just show them the flaw in their logic, they won't make this terrible mistake. This is
That
the
sounds
arrogance
exactly
of
like Jin.
Right. Good.
No, I was saying that sounds exactly like Jin. That's what he used to say. If I could get them off the globe, their lives would be so much better. I heard him giving his testimony the other day on the channel. I forgot where it was, but yeah, they feel like if they could get this news to them that they're not on a spinning water ball, then everybody's life will be different.
Right, I'm going to say a few hellos to the people in chat. So, hello, Dr. David Banner. Hello, Adam. Hello, Mickey. Good to have you all. Who else we got in there? Mike, nice to see you. Matthew, good to have you in here. Nice to see you as well. Michael Khan, thanks for being here. Who else we got? Unitox Femu, nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Hope you've all shared the show. Cold Evans, thanks for joining us. J what? I can't pronounce that. 1372, nice to have you. Robert, good to be here. Thank you for joining us. Hope you've all shared the show. Go ahead, Neil.
You mentioned Michael? Michael Kahn?
Hopefully you've all smashed the share button. Thank you very much for being here.
empathy. You believe you are the savior of the ignorant. You are playing God with someone else's cognitive limitations.
That's it, isn't it? People want to play God. They think that they're so consequential to it. 57 people watching, please share the show.
This is a dangerous, bleeding heart philosophy that will drag you to the bottom of the ocean. Kruger and Dunning's landmark 1999 study revealed the cruelest joke of human psychology. The very skills required to be competent at a task are the exact same skills required to recognize competence. Therefore, the profoundly incompetent lack the metacognition to even realize they are incompetent. They are trapped in a fortress of unearned confidence, completely blind to their own deficits.
The nicest example I got for Dunning-Kruger was somebody explaining how, I think it might have been themselves actually, Mr. Dunning and Mr. Kruger explaining it. And they said that the way they did the test was they asked people how they thought they'd done on, or how they, after leaving an exam, they asked people how they felt they'd done. And there was a certain group of people who'd come out and go, well, I did study really hard, but I'm not particularly sure I did well on the second part of the test, and I'm pretty sure I could have done better on this particular part of the test. And they kind of analysed their own abilities in a very deep way when being asked the question. Whereas there's another group of people that came out and went, yep, aced it, yep, brilliant, did fantastically. In other words, they lacked the ability to assess their own ignorance. Therefore, they thought they were doing really well. Now, the people who came out and went, yeah, aced it, did really, really well, were the ones that didn't do really well. They were the ones that were suffering Dunning-Kruger. The ones that could critically assess their own ability were the ones who did better on the test.
Not want to be saved. They enjoy the fortress. It is warm inside. It protects them from the terrifying complexity of the real world. When you try to forcefully drag them into the harsh light of truth, you are not acting as a healer. You are acting as an invader, and they will fight you with the ferocity of a wild animal.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're being treated as an invader. Go ahead, Neil. I think you're going to say the same thing.
I was just saying, wow, that's telling. So basically, yeah, we're invading. Have your ball, that's fine. I'm not going to invade on you because you do, and they turn around, they rip you apart like a wild animal.
Forcefully drag them into the harsh light of truth, you are not acting as a healer. You are acting as an invader, and they will fight you with the ferocity of a wild animal defending its territory. Look at the people in your life. The chronically broke friend who refuses to change their spending habits, but aggressively argues about the economy.
Yeah, that's something to consider. The people that we're dealing with are deeply unpleasant. They're not our friends. Yeah? Most of the time we dislike them greatly. So why would you expend this effort on somebody that you dislike? Whereas in this particular Schopenhauer example, he's giving the example from the perspective of somebody that you love, somebody that you are a friend of, somebody who has a universal goal, if it's a boss or somebody within your employment, if you're the superior, that's dragging you down, but ultimately you both have the same goal. For us, it's not that way. We are utterly inconsequential to the subject matter. Furthermore, the people who are opposing us in a social setting aren't nice people, aren't our friends. You'd sooner kick the living shit out of them than spend time in their company because of how unpleasant they are.
The toxic family member who creates endless drama.
Yeah. I mean, there is exceptions to the rule. He's just immediately given one, which is Neil will give a better example of it with family members that oppose you because you're deeply connected to them through blood. But for the most part, for the people that we face on Flat Earth Debate, they're not our relatives. They're not our friends. Now, I get that there is going to be exceptions to that rule, so I'm not saying that's true universally.
But insists everyone else is the problem. How many years have you spent trying to use logic to fix them? How many hours of sleep have you lost? They have not changed a single degree, but you have aged. You have grown cynical. You have grown tired. Your empathy is funding their delusion. Schopenhauer was ruthless in his assessment of human potential. He believed that character is immutable. People do not change their nature. They only change their circumstances. If a person is a fool today, they will be a fool tomorrow. Accepting this is painful. It requires a kind of emotional amputation. You have to look at people you might care about, or people you must work with, and accept their terminal limitations. You stop trying to upgrade them. You start managing them. You manage a fool the way you manage heavy machinery. You keep your hands out of the gears. You stay behind the safety lines. You expect it to operate exactly as it was built to operate. When the machine malfunctions...
Again, this is an example where there's some mechanics that have a functional operation that is critical for your input. And for us to lean into this example would be delusional. It's like, no, you're not doing anything that's critical. There's no machine that you have any operational functionality over. There's just your belief or your lack thereof for anti-flat earthers and anti-globers. There's no critical functionality. The actual functionality being dealt with by people who measure flat Earth as a job, number one, perceive their job from an outside perspective as being potentially dull. And that's not you. You arguing about how ball-shaped the Earth that's measured flat to create that ball is doesn't have any bearing on how flat Earth gets measured. Me bracing against how ball-shaped you believe it to be after measuring it Earth flat to believe in it, again, has no consequential influence. So it's not like I'm going to put a spanner in any, the cogs of any machine by bracing against ball belief. Quite the contrary. It'll still be measured flat regardless of me bracing against it or you believing in it.
You don't argue with it. You pull the plug. What happens when you finally stop fighting them? What happens when you drop the rope, stop explaining yourself, and simply observe the circus around you without...
Again, nothing. There was no consequences when we did engage with them, and there'll be no consequences when we disengage from them. Like, nothing will change. We'll still measure Earth flat. Sea level will still be level. Elevation profiles will still be measured from that sea level plane of reference. Flight level will still be parallel with the ground. Nothing will change. Good.
But we are observing the circus.
Yeah, that's the only true parallel. There's a circus to be observed, but it's a social circus. It's not a consequential circus.
Without participating in it, you experience a profound, terrifying shift. You realize how much of your identity was wrapped up in being the smartest person in the room.
What, like a fart sniffer?
There it is.
You realize how much you relied on the friction of debating fools to feel alive.
Yeah, I will carry on the live show for a bit longer because this ending bit is the most profound for us. It's directly connects to us.
When you take that away, you are left with yourself. This is where the true test begins. Most intelligent people surround themselves with lesser minds intentionally. They do it because it is safe. It is easy to look like a genius when you are surrounded by idiots. It is a psychological crutch. But Schopenhauer warned that a man of high intellect who fraternizes with the vulgar will eventually be dragged down to their level.
You wrestle with pigs, you're gonna get dirty.
The mind adapts to its environment. If you spend your days arguing about trivialities, your mind will become trivial. You must withdraw. Not a physical withdrawal into the woods, a mental withdrawal, an emotional quarantine. You must become comfortable with being misunderstood.
An emotional quarantine, huh?
Misinterpret your distance. They will call you arrogant. They will say you have changed. They will assume your refusal to argue is a sign of weakness. Let them. Their judgment is based on a flawed premise. Why should the judgment of a flawed mind affect the peace of a sharp one? Imagine walking through an asylum. The patients point at you and call you crazy. Do you stop to debate them? Do you pull out a medical chart to prove your sanity? No. You keep walking. You understand their reality is distorted. The world is a much larger asylum, but the principle remains the exact same. When a fool insults you, it is not an insult. It is a misdiagnosis. When they reject your idea, it is not a failure. It is a confirmation that your idea is beyond their reach. This level of detachment is not coldness. It is absolute clarity. It is the understanding that your energy is a finite resource, and every drop spent on someone committed to their own ignorance is a drop stolen from your own potential.
Yeah, did you all hear that? Take heed.
We have spent centuries glorifying the debate. We idolize the image of the intellectual warrior standing on a stage, dismantling their opponent with sharp logic and flawless rhetoric. But look closer at those debates. Nothing is ever resolved. The opponent never yields.
Sound familiar?
The audience simply cheers for the side they already agreed with.
Yep.
It is theater. It is a game played for applause.
Yep.
The truly dangerous minds do not play for applause. They play for outcomes. If you want to be effective, if you want to be truly unshakable, you must abandon the theater. You must adopt the mindset of an architect navigating a world of toddlers.
And that's kind of the attitude that I want to take. Yeah? Yes, there's always going to be a debate. There's always going to be this social structure that we can look in from the outside moving forward. But at some point you have to detach yourself and go, my God, these people are all little children. And they're not having any influence. They're just the nutters in the asylum shouting at you. You don't need to pull out your own medical certificate to prove you're not a nutter. You just walk past and go, no, you're not worth my time anymore. So what is my objective? Well, I want to feed my family. Hence, I've written a book about how this progress has taken us to the conclusion that Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat. That's a conclusion that I can share with people through literature, through a book. therefore achieving my ends as a videographer, YouTuber, somebody trying to make money for his family to feed them. That's my objective. But for the people who are already engaged within the debate because they feel like they're going to change the world, they are delusional. Now, like I say, this, for the short term, is going to cost me a certain number of subscribers and supporters. People who did want to feel like they were the secret king. They were going to change the world. And as I keep saying, what did you want to change? Did you want to change sea level? Did you want to change parallel flight level? Did you want to change perpendicularity? Did you want to change how it's already been surveyed? Did you want to change an inch and make it curve? I would suggest not. Someone want to add something? Did I hear something?
You do not ask the toddlers for permission to build. You do not explain the load-bearing capacity of the pillars to them. You give them a toy to distract them, and you pour the concrete while they are looking the other way.
Oh, yeah, have a little ball. Just ignore these rings called latitude around it. Don't worry how those get measured. You go and play with your ball.
This is the ultimate application of Schopenhauer's philosophy.
I quite like the irony of the tool of distraction on a social level being given to people to keep them under control is a ball. Do you not find that quite amusing?
You
Yes.
accept the world exactly as it is, dominated by irrationality, driven by emotion, and hostile to truth. You do not complain about it. You do not try to fix it. You exploit it. When you know that people operate on ego, you use their ego to steer them. When you know they are blind to logic, you use their emotions to guide them. When you know they are starved for validation, you feed them just enough to keep them compliant. You become the invisible hand. They think they are making the decisions. They think they are in control, but every choice they make is within the parameters you silently constructed. This is the transition from intelligence to power. Intelligence is knowing you are right. Power is not caring if they know it. Intelligence is winning the argument. Power is winning the objective while they think they won the argument. You clicked on this video because you were exhausted. You were tired of the constant friction.
I think we can leave it there. Right, we'll keep the live show going for about a few more minutes and discuss. You'll enjoy that?
Yeah, he's right on the target. Yep.
You see why I picked it?
Yeah, fits perfectly what's going on with Flat Earth debate, this show, and the people who frequent this show. This is exactly what's happening with us. We're trying to pull away, and they're trying to pull us back in. No matter what you say, right? Don't argue with them no more.
Only short term. I think what you're describing in terms of people trying to drag us back down, that will be a very short-lived thing, Neil.
Yes, as you ignore it, as you continue to pay it no mind.
It just becomes easier every day that passes. I find it easier to just ignore these people. I don't need to engage with them. I mean, obviously, there's a certain deviation from that when we're producing a live show, and it is useful to have somebody in opposition to make your point clearer. Like when the guy's asking us about how the sun moves with respect to a planar directionality with a planar elevation angle. You're like, that's quite useful, isn't it? If you hadn't brought it up. But after the fact, you're like, well, I don't care about you, the individual. I'm communicating that with an audience. So therefore, I can weaponize your question against you for the benefit of the audience. But as far as that person as an individual is concerned, I just don't care anymore. And that gets easier every day. Hey, Central.
Well,
Hello.
you don't realize until it hits home. like, I don't care. Like, these people been saying stuff for a long time. But when your youngest son finds it, then I come home from dropping something off to somebody, and it's like a whole family confronted me. I'm like, what's going on? Like, somebody knows where we live. They're threatening to freaking call the cops and say you sell drugs and you're involved. I'm like, what the heck? I said, first of all, that's not even where we live. He's an idiot. He didn't even get the address right. Doesn't matter. They could still locate it from there. Like,
You just said you were dropping something off for someone. That sounds like drug dealer, Neil.
I was actually dropping off food to my younger brother.
What they all say.
Out of work.
What they all say.
But
brownies.
Exactly what his dealer would say, right? Yeah, but when it hits home, I got to freaking explain to them. But it pissed me off because I freaking called Jim. I seen him in there. I flipped out. And basically, most of the people that were there were calling him an idiot for doing it.
Share your pain, as we say.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening.
He Rose.
Good
Yeah, he thinks he's unique, Nathan. He calls himself unique. You're not unique. You're a moron.
Are we talking about gin?
No.
No. This is some freaking baller that freaking. Okay. You know how we say, you'll break your nose. How Nathan's been getting. So this particular baller, yeah. So I said, if you were in front of me, I'd smack you dead in the mouth. He's like, yeah, you want? So I just rattled out my address. He got it wrong anyway, but he got some of it right.
Oh, the guy that sent you pictures of himself.
Well, he sent pictures of my location, which wasn't my location, but it was close.
Then he sent pictures of posing for you.
Muscles. Yeah, he sent pictures like it's him, like he's some bodybuilder, and I should be terrified.
That's harassment. Again, ask the person for their address. I can have your address because I want to report you to the authorities. I want your address so I can send the police round. Because that's what this boils down to. There's a certain perception that the opponents that they were formerly described as had a justification in claiming that they were doing the world a favour by claiming we were child abusers or drug dealers when we weren't, because they were going to get rid of a YouTube channel. Now, in reality, there is a justification because their actions are literally criminal to report these people to the authorities. That is to say, it's not unreasonable to say, I do want your address so that you can be dealt with as the criminal that you are. Because what you're essentially doing is stalking and harassing somebody, saying, you're putting them in fear. Yeah? Now, that's a justifiable reason to have your head kicked in. That's what causes that. In other words, you've only got two emotions when these things happen. Fight or flight. Run away or fight. Those are your only two options. Mentally, that's the things that you go through. What can I do? Well, if they're stood outside your house taking photographs, I've had that as well, by the way, Neil. That happened about 10 years ago. So I published a video from across the road and somebody identified where I was and started telling people and then doxing me. It happened regularly for a time. People would be releasing my address. People would come on the show and post my address in the chat, doxing me basically. Again, criminal. So what you're trying to do is intimidate this person, this individual. I will send people around to your address. It's no, okay, well, give me your address so I can send the police around so they can prosecute you for criminal intimidation, for harassment. Because it is criminal.
Yeah, they brought down a whole mafia family for those reasons.
Right. So these people feeling that they're righteous are actually behaving like criminals. Anyway, quick couple of shout-outs to Misfit850. He says, this is a really good show. The video being reviewed is spot on. Cheers, Nathan and panel. I'm going to take credit. I actually came up with this video. Very rare that I actually come up with a video to put on the show. I'm normally far too lazy. Also, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Misfit. Also, Super Moshady, who says, but making them look so stupid is so fun. Again, thank you very much for the super chat. That got 5 likes. There's a few sadists, obviously, in the audience, flat earth sadists. Fair enough.
Well, you want to brace against that too, but then when you get hit, what I get hit with, and hearing what you've been going through for years, it does make you want to rub it in their face a little bit.
Yeah, be careful you don't become the monster that you're bracing against. I mean, it's one thing, there's a fine line that I have to toe, right? When I'm describing beating the living shit out of people, it's holding a mirror up to their actions. That's what they want to do to us, yeah? That's how they feel, and by mirroring their actions, I like the reactions to that mirroring. They're like, well, you can't do that. We need to send the police round. You're like, oh, really? Yeah. Shocking, isn't it? You don't recognise, you're too stupid to realise a mirror that's being held up, right? Yes, they are. But that summarises what Schopenhauer's going through. Why are you doing this? Why are you debating with these fools? They're just stupid. Why waste your time?
Well, when he sent me that message, the first thing I said to myself was, this guy himself is a drug dealing pedophile.
Quite possibly. People often project their own crimes onto the person that they're accusing them of. I said that about McToon, like constantly accusing me of being a child abuser. So you go, well, is this man abusing his kids? Is that what this is? I remember it happening with, what's his name? Craig, Fight the Flat Earth. So he did that about, I don't know, 8 years ago. Similar sort of rhetoric. And then somebody shared with me a video where his kids were hitting him. I'm like, I wonder where they learned that.
He's the one that beat up the old lady too, right?
No.
He looks like he's fighting HIV at the moment, to be honest.
Cool, fight the tight shirt?
Yeah, man.
Wow. I hope that's not the case, but...
Nah, he must be on that Ozempic stuff, like...
Why is it everyone loses weight gets accused of being on Ozempic?
Because it's not that easy to do, Nathan.
Yeah, it is. I was a fat kid.
A lot of people are lazy bastards.
Yeah, a lot of people are lazy. Whenever I get too overweight, I am a bit of a yo-yo dieter. I am a closet fatty, right? And whenever I get too fat, do you know what I do? Start running and dieting. That is to say, I take in about 1,000 calories and start running. I've done it multiple times, at least half a dozen. Yeah, I'm at that stage now. I'm quite fat, none of my t-shirts fit. So it's reaching that point right about now. But what will I do? Will I take a pill? No, I'll cut down the amount that... The best ever line for the fat problem was from Jimmy Carr, and he described it as follows. He said, this hole here is bigger than this hole here. That was it. Your mouth is bigger than your asshole. It is that simple.
Well, the age has a lot to do with it too, Nathan, because I was able to do those things too when I was 40 and under. When you pass that 50 mark, it's not that easy. And maybe, yeah, you have to exercise and maybe do 1,000-calorie diet, but because just cutting your portions ain't going to do it.
Yeah, it will. It can't not do it. If you take in 1,000 calories,
portions,
right,
Nathan, and it's not helping.
It does. Right, I can absolutely assure you, right. The way it works is, I know this is completely off topic. In terms of calories, the amount of calories you require to do absolutely nothing. For a guy my size, it's about 1,100 or 1,200 calories. For an average bloke, it's about 1,000. For a woman, it's about 800. That is to say, if you lay down and did nothing, absolutely nothing, all day, just to maintain your physique, you'd lose muscle, but aside from nuance, you'd need about 1,000 calories as an average figure, right? Now, if you do anything, blink, stand up, move around, you will burn fat because you haven't got enough calories to sustain doing anything. Now, if you go below that, then that's detrimental to your health also. You do need to take in a certain number of calories. But the bottom line is, if you take in 1,000 calories a day, you will lose weight. Unless you physically do nothing all day, which is highly unlikely. Now, people just don't seem to recognise that. You don't need to do huge amounts of exercise. You just need to take in less than your body requires. Therefore, your body has no choice but to burn fat. It is that simple.
Can I concur with you? Because I'm gonna tell you from my own experience. I'm your age, Neil. At a time, I went through hyperthyroidism and I had a Graves' disease attack and everything, and I lost mad weight. This was back in 2008. My average weight from football and everything was in high school 155 to 165, muscle. Okay. Then, of course, I kept working out with the military, and I maintained that. Always maintain at least 155 cut muscle, and I'm 5'7", 165, lean. Okay. Great in the physicals and everything. And then I got Graves. Lost about 10, 20, like 10, 15, 20 pounds, went to 145. Now, people said, okay, you know, because I was getting like, you know, almost reaching 40, going into like 40, late 30s. And it was like, you know, and, you know, it was like different, you know, like I wasn't doing it intentionally. I thought it was caffeine, so I let coffee go. I didn't know why I was shaking. Turned out to be Graves' disease, hyperthyroidism. I even had a hyperthyroid storm in 2008, had to take some medicine to balance my thyroid. I refused surgery or any of the radiation because of I was a professional singer still, so I didn't want anything. I was just scared. I was like, no, I'd rather take medicine. So I got over that in 2010. And then the doctor told me, he said, now you might go through a hypothyroid situation because you still have the Graves' disease genome in you. So then I went all the way up. I started going up. My highest weight was 181. That was not this past winter, but the winter of 2024. And I became a borderline diabetic and everything. You know, I was like, what? And this is not from eating extra. This is like eating my regular portions and living my life normally. But my metabolism's changing, like you said. When you start getting at 40, 50, it gets worse. So just recently, I went hard, bro. What I did was I went hard. I went back to, and I read up on things, and I read on studies of how they were making athletes not eat breakfast, but eat lunch after they did their training. And they realized that those athletes never lost their weight, but they lost the body fat. Because what they were doing in the morning, while they were still doing their regular curriculum stuff, they were burning fat because they weren't putting any calories in. And then when they did their exercises, they burned more fat. And then they restored it with their protein regular diets in the afternoon. So I incorporated all of that. I went to fasting, not starving myself for days. I lowered my portions, and I did exactly what Nathan said. I didn't eat by letting my eyes, ooh, that looks good. Can I get a little piece of that? No, I ate when I was hungry, and I ate the right things in appropriate, decent proportions that took away my feeding, my hunger feeling, and also gave me the protein. I went on like a plant protein. It was straight up greens. It was like kale. It was like greens, spinach, stuff like that. And I slowed down. I've totally cut out the pork. Never ate pork really. I never ate pork anyway. Really. I mean, actually, I robbed on bacon once in a while, but I was always a beef. Cut out all the beef because I didn't like beef anymore, and I realized the studies on beef and stick with fish, scaled fish. Dude, I'm now 160, and I did that in less than a year. 160. I'm back to my high school weight.
Yeah,
I only understand weights if it's in rocks, to be honest, being a Brit.
Huh?
Stones. We describe stones. When you say pounds, we like what? Stones.
Oh, stones. Stones. Not gravel, stones.
Well, I had to think about it when Divergent Droid was telling me about how skinny he is. Actually, that's a good point. I'm going to round out the show on that particular note. So, call him illustrious leader of the Discord server currently. Divergent Droid is having a really tough time of it. He's got a very elderly mother that he's currently looking after, and it's affecting his own health, along with various other things that he's got poor health as a result of also. But if there's Christians out there or non-Christians, please offer your prayers to Divergent Droid, who is going through a very, very, very tough time of it. So I know in the past that when my mother is deeply Christian, has offered my woes. So I have an epileptic daughter, and she offered her assistance by asking her prayer groups to pray for my daughter. And my daughter hasn't had a seizure for probably about 3 years, which is fantastic. Now, I want the same benefit for Divergent Droid. So when I read his message to us in the Discord, not in the Discord, in the Teams server last night at about 3 a.m, it kept me awake. I've got to be honest. That was one of the reasons I was watching Robot Underground about subwoofers, because I couldn't sleep as a result of reading his messages. I was disturbed. There's no other words to put it. So I want to invite people who are Christian or of any sort of denomination that have a fear of God in that regard to actually put their prayers to him and say, we would like the best for Divergent Droid, who is a very loyal member of the Flat Earth debate team. So I want you to do that if you are watching this now and you are in any way inclined to help a man in need. Please offer your prayers for Divergent Droid. But with that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Right through the teeth.
That was
I'm not playing.
That was late. It was just like me and Nathan left. And because he was always in Discord, that guy, and never speaks. And he decided to come off mute. But I thought he was a flat earther. And he was like, I got something. And the way he was laying it out, I'm like, holy shoot, this guy's freaking Glober. No matter what I said to him, he wasn't acknowledging it.
Yeah, that's how they always do. They always say, "Hey, I'm not either side, or it doesn't matter to me, or I'm not a Glober.
I'm here to learn."
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was, and that's who I think that other guy was getting fed, because right now the show's over, right? Nobody gets to hear this until Nathan releases it. But there were certain people responding to conversations we were having in the after show, sending me messages. I'm like, how? Somebody's got to be feeding them what we're talking about, because they're responding to me about things I'm saying right now. And I think it was him. Somehow he was feeding it to, I don't want to get the other people's names up, but you know who they are.
Yeah, because that was a members only release, the one I listened to. But like I said to Nathan, and like I said, y'all heard me say this a little bit of the times I've been on here. I haven't jacked with the Discord or any servers in years. Probably been since 2023. I ain't got time for it. And this was before we solidified and substantiated it's measured flat. It'd been measured flat before there was ever internet, before Al Gore was president, before we was ever able to talk like this, before we had cell phones. It was measured flat. And it's going to be like that. It's going to be like that, just like One Deck said in his rap. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter whether Nathan says it. It doesn't matter whether we ever been on a boat, whether we know how to swim, whether we ever been on a plane, because we got the pros and the technical specialists that report that it's measured flat. So I don't have time to argue or go back and forth with some guy that's got his dog licking his scrotum with peanut butter on it, probably at the wheel in a wheelchair, maybe even at the computer, throwing caps and wolf tickets. Like they know something or demanding me to answer them anything. I don't have to go through that. I've been stopped dealing with that, because most of the time I want to reach through the device and just like Nathan said, and literally just let's just have a fight outside. Let's go outside and fight and handle this, because now you're starting to get on my nerves and you're starting to add harm and try to use me like you're implying that I'm stupid or you're smarter than me. So let's just handle it the old primitive way, because you kind of you run out of things once you've already made your point and the point can't be changed, and you got this person going back, with these little sorcery word usage. It frustrates you, and I ain't got time for that. I don't have time for that. I'm not obligated to do it. Jen loves it. Some people like Jen, they love to do it. They love to spend their days doing that. I'm done with that. It was fun in the beginning, but I'm done. And that doesn't just go for globe proponents. That goes for so-called self-proclaimed flat earthers who don't know their ass from their ankle.
They just want you more, though, don't you? When you do that, their reaction is more aggressive. They want your time more.
Yes. Like a fat, ugly girl with no teeth that you're trying to say, get away from me.
About the fat, ugly girl, I don't tend to chase those, but if that's what we were chasing, fine. Clover overheard you and came in and looked at me with a funny look because she's missing her 2 front teeth at the moment.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you know what I mean. It goes back to that scenario you said at the bar. The more you ignore her, the more she makes it obvious that she's begging for your attention.
Anybody got any videos that we need to cover tomorrow? Clearly not.
In actuality, I think I've blocked more people than anybody up in here. Because that's what I did in the heartbeat when I used to be on the FPD server. I'm talking about way back, even when Akuma virus was down. I think I blocked him too. I just blocked him. Someone's like, somebody knocking your door trying to sell something. You're not trying to buy it because you've had it already, meaning that I know about, and you're not interested, or you already know that it's a piece of crap product. And what do? You close the door. You don't answer the door anymore. And you tell them, from inside, could you please go away? I'm not interested. And they keep on saying, but you need to try. What do you do next? You got to call the cops. So I block them.
Yeah, Neil, what you was describing, it reminded me of the other day. I was watching a police investigation drama, and there was a gentleman who had a psychological disorder where he perceived relationships that didn't actually exist. And this particular disorder for him was in regards to an ex-footballer. And so it wasn't even sexual. He just perceived that he was his best friend, and he was constantly writing letters to him. And in the end, he was part of a police investigation, and the ladies interviewed him, who isn't a psychologist and doesn't really know what the disorder is and how to handle him. And there's a psychologist behind her talking to her earpiece, and he's telling her, look, be gentle. And the stalker claims that he's had letters back from the footballer he's been writing to over the years obsessively. And then when she challenges him and says, oh, we'd like to read the letters you've had back, he starts to get angry. And the psychologist is saying to her, look, be careful. Don't challenge what he's saying. Go along with it. But she doesn't listen. So because she challenges him again, he ends up with her hands around her throat. So because he knows how to deal with the disorder, he approaches him later in the day. And instead of challenging him, he sets like a little game up where he asks him questions about the footballer he's stalking. And because he's so interested, he ends up inadvertently solving the case because he has so much information about this guy that he can just answer any question. And when he's perceived to be helping and demonstrating his loyalty and his friendship, he's happy to talk. He'll sing like a bird. And quite similar with heliocentrists. If you ask them to describe their own religion, they'll emphatically tell you about it and how Earth's measured flat. But if you yourself challenge that, then you'll get the resistance.
So you're saying like you're talking about like during interrogation, the guy self-incriminated himself just by the dude using a different approach on how to have him kind of boast and brag about his relationship with this person he was stalking.
Yeah, and how much he knows. Whereas if you challenge it, then he gets aggressive because it's a delusion.
How's your new job again?
Say again?
You said you're a desk job. You've got a desk job now, right?
Oh, no, that didn't last long, mate. I'm back in the factory as soon as I could.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If you're wired a certain way, you just can't. I was exactly the same. I worked as an estate agent and as a recruitment consultant, right? And the two jobs were very much out and about. So I was out in people's houses and out in people's offices to sell them employees, right, as temps. And that type of job was fine. And then I got a similar job for a bank for Halifax, but they had me tied to a desk, which I didn't really appreciate when I was applying for the job. I just thought it would be very similar to the other jobs I did. And I think I lasted 3 months. I just could not. It just drove me absolutely insane.
Yeah, as soon as another position came up for a factory work, mate, I'm back on my feet with spanners and torque wrenches. It's better than a mouse and a keyboard, I'll be honest.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear it. As long as you like what you do.
Yeah, and the banter's better in factories, so the day goes quicker.
Of course. Corporate white-collar types are boring.
And you're one conversation away from a HR meeting.
Yeah, you're one conversation with a woman away from being accused of sexual harassment. And you're one conversation with a guy away from being accused of bullying. It didn't help for me that in that particular job in Halifax, the guy that was my boss had only one arm. I can never say this word. Thrimidethide, I think, is the drug that they gave the women in the 60s or the 70s, I forget which. And it caused babies to be born deformed, like with missing limbs. And he was one of those. He had a missing arm. And the only way I could describe it was he had a vendetta against everybody who had two arms, because he was horrible. He was a really unpleasant guy. But my general technique was to weaponize whatever weapons were used against me. And this particular manager would ask you a question and then go completely silent. It'd let the pause permeate the office, the silence. And that would put people under pressure. So I was like, that's quite effective. You could, be quite intimidating to the other members of the office. So I just started doing it back to him.
Yeah, so let's do it back.
Yeah, exactly. Just sit in silence with him for 3 minutes.
Funnily enough, I had it about 10 years ago now. My next door neighbours to my grandparents, he developed, I think it was Alzheimer's, or it might have been Parkinson's, I'm not sure. And me and my granddad would go around when I went on the weekend, and we'd ask him if he's taken his tablets for the morning. And what he'd do is, because he can't remember, he'd just stare at you. So my granddad said, now, when he stares, don't answer, don't say anything, just stare back. And it must have been up to 5 minutes before I had to crack.
Yeah, but that's somebody who's mentally impaired as opposed to somebody who's completely cognitively aware of everything and doing it intentionally. I'm just remembering things about that job. At one point, right, we'd have a sales meeting at the beginning of each day, and one of the motivational tricks that this manager would employ would be like, we've got this board, and what I want you to do is I want you to write on the board something that you're trying to work towards, something that you desire and want to achieve through hard work. And they're like, okay, you go up there first, Nathan, you write on the board what you want. So I went up to the board and wrote Lamborghini. And he looked at me with disdain and he was like, no. What do you mean no? I'm like, that's what I want a Lamborghini. He's like, no, that's not realistic. I'm like, what do you mean that's not realistic? That's what I want out of life. I want a Lamborghini. Why is that not realistic? And then the next girl gets up and she writes like Ford Puma. And I'm like, no, that's not aspirational at all. And I remember saying it out loud. And then the entire office hated me. They're like, Well, I think a Ford Puma is really nice. This is obviously quite some years ago when a Ford Puma was still a sports car. I'm like, that's not desirable. That's not aspirational. If your life is working towards a Ford Puma, that's pretty sad. You know what I mean? That was my attitude. I'm like, no, I want to work towards a Lamborghini.
Mentality.
Go ahead.
To impose, I think what these people do is, in that situation, Nathan, they have a construct of how they expect a conversation to go. And that's with them leading it, giving all the points that they want to give when they want to give them. And anything that deviates from that, and they just get angry that they just can't react to the conversation not going how they expected to. So when you come along, I had the experience when I was very young, when I was asked in school, how can you get from England to France? Let's list the ways. And I was first with my hand up, and I said submarine, and I was sent out for it, because it wasn't a conventional way. To the teacher's mind, well, it must be by ferry, it must be by boat, it must be by plane. The submarine's too outside the box, get out.
Yeah, I had a very similar thing at a job interview, and they would debrief you at the end of the interview and tell you, because it was like a group interview, so you go through the round robin process, you go to all these different people in the employer arena to see if you were worthy, and there was about 20 other applicants all there at the same time, and towards the end they'd tell you whether or not you got the job and tell you what you could have done better, so you could because they felt like they were doing you a favour, so you knew for next time. And it was a similar sort of thing. They were like asking what you would want in terms of transportation to get to work, and I wrote down helicopter. And they're like, no, what we meant was taxi, train or car. I'm like, but helicopter's faster. They're like, no, it must be realistic. I'm like, people travel by helicopter. Well, how is that unrealistic? I'm like, no. And what they actually meant was, lower your aspirations because we can't achieve those aspirations for you in this job. You're never going to achieve being in need of a helicopter if you work for us. And it's like, what? So because you've got a crap job that's never going to afford me the ability to be in a helicopter, I'm not allowed to desire one? Yes, that's correct. Get lost. We want people with low aspirations here.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that.
I still have that attitude, though. In my mind, I think I want a Lamborghini. I'm sure I've said it on plenty of shows. It's not like it's something I'm constantly barking on about. But I say it in jest. Well, it's not like I've got a Lamborghini. Which is to say, that is something I would desire. In other words, I would piss money up the wall on an absolutely ludicrous expense. Just because you only live once, and why not? I like cars. Cars are cool. I like Lamborghinis. I'd like to drive faster than a Lamborghini. That's something I did when I was rich. I mean, I didn't own one, but I rented Lamborghinis and drove them around when I had lots of money. And it was ace. It was absolutely awesome. Ferraris and Lamborghinis are cool. I loved it. It was great. Now, those days are long gone. I've nowhere near got enough money to rent a Lamborghini these days. But when I did, I remember actually thinking at the time, when I was quite a high-powered salesman, I was renting it thinking, I'm renting it because at one point I might want to buy this. So I need to try out, do I want the 430 or do I want the Lamborghini? I can't remember the name of it now. The baby Lambo. I can't remember what it was called. But just
Murcielago?
Not a Murcielago. That's the expensive one with the scissor doors. The cheaper one.
Aventador?
No, that's an expensive one. The cheap one. I've forgotten what it's called. It doesn't matter. I'll ask my wife. What was the name of the Lamborghini you rented me?
I've never driven a Lamborghini or a Ferrari.
Anyway, the point being, in my mind, I'm like, this is something aspirational. Like, I want to rent this car because one day I might buy one. That's my mentality. As in, I do want to aspire to having something this grandiose, even though it is pretentious, poncy, and a complete waste of money in the eyes of most people. Well, it's just a car. Like, well, you're just a dweeb. So yeah, you're not allowed to desire it because you've got very low aspirations. Now, the fact that I live in a crappy little 2-bed flat and I've got not a pot to piss in currently is neither here nor there. Doesn't mean I can't aspire to having a Ferrari or a Lamborghini.
Yeah, once that book hits the shelves.
Yeah, I feel like Del Boy this time next year, Rodney. This time next year.
Yeah, some people were thinking it was going to bring in 250,000, and they're going to have to. Then you'll have to give them a piece of your money. It was delusions of grandeur. Now it may happen.
I doubt
The
it.
potential is there, Neil. That's all that matters.
I'd be delighted if it made the same sort of money that the microphones made me. So the microphones subsidised the decrease in YouTube ad revenue, which meant that I couldn't cover the mortgage. Now, at the moment, I'm slightly shitting myself because I've run out of microphones, and therefore the dip in ad revenue is really, it's hitting me hard. You know, I'm really, really poor. But it's one of those that you kind of, I've heard many authors talk about this particular process. There's a point where you're producing the material and it's not making you any money because it's not out there. You're making it and you're dedicating time to something that doesn't bring any money in. That's where I'm at now. And you're like, but you feel the pinch, you really do. And then you go, God, I really do hope it is successful, because otherwise, you know, that was a waste of time. And you can't kind of claw back the losses of going without the money that you could have been doing something else to earn money with. But you've got to kind of speculate to accumulate, as they say. And this is one of those. It's like, I've got to speculate that the book will hopefully do at least as well as flogging the microphones, so that it does, you know, bolster my income to the same degree that I lost income when starting to talk about how flat Earth was measured by everyone always. As soon as those words started to cross my lips, I just watched the ad revenue plummet. Weird.
No, that should tell you something. Now you're not just saying Earth's not a globe. Now you're not just barking the black swan. Now you're actually saying what it is. Can't have that.
Yeah, when we were covering the black swan, my revenue was okay. When I was saying Earth's not a ball because blah, 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 then I was doing all right. The moment we said, well, it's just flat, that's how it's measured, it went, my ad revenue just went off a cliff.
That's when you know you're over the target. Not only over the target, you've dropped a few bombs on it.
Yeah, but I get messages from people who are regular subscribers that are willing to put in the effort and go, well, I can't watch your videos because I click on them, and then I get a whirly whirl for 3 minutes. You're like, if the majority of the audience will not tolerate that, they'll just move on to a different video if it doesn't load. You're like, man, the amount of censorship that I have to endure is off the scale at the moment.
How does that happen? So you're saying that could be done deliberately?
Of course. If you don't want people to engage with something, therefore skewing the numbers downwards, people are less likely to click on a video that's got less than 1,000 watches. And anybody who does click on it, they're just sat watching a whirly whirl for 3 minutes, and then they click refresh and it does the same thing. They're just going to move on to another video. I am producing entertainment. This is what YouTube is. It's there to keep people occupied. It's occupying their time. It's an entertainment. It's an interaction that they want for fun. So if you're watching a whirly whirl, you're just going to go, oh, I'll just watch something else. So they do. Well, obviously, it has a massive detrimental effect on me, my ad revenue, my YouTube numbers. So when most people won't tell you that. Most people won't say, oh, by the way, I went to watch one of your videos and it just wouldn't load. I went to watch one of your videos, it just gave me an error. You know, like the amount of times that people have told me that in the comments or have contacted me personally. But these are dedicated fans. Most people will not tell you this. They'll just move on to the next video and not care.
That happens to me with fisherman in a box videos. I get the whirly whirl all the time.
Yep, same here. Fisherman in a box is echoing a lot of our rhetoric. He talks about Earth being measured flat too, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like whirly whirl, especially his lives. Forget it. I got to put it on pause and watch him about maybe 10 minutes back, and then it'll seem to work.
Another sneaky trick on YouTube is I really noticed it on my computer, when I'm watching anything that YouTube doesn't really like Nathan Oakley and some others in different subjects, especially political, they'll have a list on the right-hand side of suggested videos from other videos from this videographer or videos from other subscriptions from other YouTubers. And what they'll do, if they don't like the content and they want you to move on, they'll put what they want you to go on to at the top. So on face value, you've got this list of all these videos that you want to watch, and you're on this algorithm. But you'll go to the very top video, and then that, depending on what that video is, will change the next list. And so the sneaky way of putting you back on is to put you back to somewhere they like, and then that'll keep you within that loop, which they're happy because the videographers aren't pushing any buttons. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, but it's
sounds like a conspiracy to me.
No, it's just algorithmic exploitation. They know how people behave in terms of what they do, what their habits are in terms of how they click. They gather and glean all of this data, and they want to push you in certain directions. And they know how to push you in certain directions, and they know what frustrates people. What frustrates people is a video buffering. People have got very short attention span. 3 seconds of buffering is enough for someone to click off a video. That's it. Just falsely introduce 3 seconds of buffering, and you go, oh, I don't want to deal with this. I'll move on. And if the video doesn't register a view unless you've watched for 20 seconds, then it doesn't matter if 5,000 people have clicked on it for 3 seconds. If they've all got buffering, they're just going to, be trained. Oh, I don't want to click on that. It always irritates me when it buffers and it doesn't play. So if you're always coming to Fisherman in a Box's videos and you always find that it's always buffering, you'll go, I don't know, can I be bothered with that? I'll click on something else. And if you have clicked on it and you are watching it and then it starts buffering, you just look at the list and go, well, I'll just click on the top choice.
Well, it works when you have autoplay on, especially when you go to autoplay. If you don't have autoplay on, you have to manually click. Because once the video stops, it just ends and it waits for you to click somewhere else. But if you have autoplay on, then YouTube will do its best to get you where they want you.
Yeah, that's how I made my way to this subject. At the point that they wanted conspiratards talking about flat Earth, it was done with autoplay. I was watching Thomas Sheridan or whatever, a video on psychopathy or subliminal messaging. What comes on next? Math Powerland. Well, did I click on Math Powerland? No. It was delivered to me, automatically selected algorithmically for me. Why? Because I'm a conspiratard. Yep, you're perfect. We need you to be interested in this subject. Perfect. They're not directing surveyors and engineers and pilots towards flat Earth, are they? If they are, they're directing it to anti-flat Earth. They want them to know how you'll be persecuted if you talk about this subject. So you need to put them in front of the most dweeby, obnoxious, anti-flat Earth rhetoric you can possibly imagine. If you're that type of person, so that that particular individual lives in perpetual fear of being persecuted by that dweeby individual online. So what are you going to deliver to that person by automatic algorithm? And that's most people. So you automatically play Simon unto them. Jobs are good.
Or, if they're not that way inclined, we'll give them the clone centers and the Mandela effect.
Exactly.
And the big trees.
Exactly. So when you were already engaged in flat Earth, that's what you got. That's why people suddenly find that they've got an interest in there being no forests on a flat Earth. No forests on a what? Like, what does the idea of giant trees have to do with flat Earth? Absolutely nothing. But it was categorized in that way, so that we are all watching it. The conspirators are all leaning into that nonsense.
Yeah, the mud floods too. Don't forget the mud floods.
Of course. So then we aren't talking about measurements. We're talking about whether or not there was ancient civilizations that have been overcome by floods. We're talking about whether or not there used to be giant silicon trees. Yeah, wonderful. It's just very cleverly engineered. Social engineering, isn't it?
That's absolutely. That's the definition of it.
We appreciate how good the indoctrination is. That we're almost in Stockholm syndrome.
Well, on one good point, if it wasn't for those ancient civilizations, we wouldn't have celestial navigations and the nautical almanac and stuff like that.
Yeah, but we weren't being directed towards ancient civilizations' utilization of navigation tools like the stars and elevation angles and circles of equal elevation. We were directed to the idea that the ancient civilizations had giant trees.
So therefore, there must have been giant men.
Oh, now there you go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's what we got offered. Rabbit holes. Is celestial navigation a rabbit hole? No. Is 9/11 a rabbit hole? Oh, definitely. What about celestial navigation? No, that's not a rabbit hole. What about Sandy Hook? Oh, that's a rabbit hole. What about clone centres? Is that a rabbit hole? Yeah, that's a rabbit hole. What about Mandela effect? Oh, definitely.
Don't forget the fallen angels.
Oh, the Nephilim. Oh, yes, very much a rabbit hole.
We can only blame Admiral Byrd for all of this.
Did you notice that all roads of conspiracy don't lead to a ball Earth?
Yeah, they lead to flat Earth. Why is it going to lead to the real conspiracy? What do you want them to be honest now? The funniest thing was when it was presented, Eli was like, this is not right. I can't talk about these conspiracies. I was talking about conspiracies before flat Earth.
Yeah, if we stay in our little box and behave as we're supposed to as pawns on a chessboard, then we would continue to talk about flat Earth in the conspiratorial sense. If you look at a lot of our counterparts, people like Banjo, they talk about it in a conspiratorial light with the narratives that are given to them.
Oh, for sure.
Well, they still get promoted. They still can garner thousands, if not tens of thousands, of video views with flat Earth in the title. When people claim that a literal trig point, that's to say something that's utilised specifically as a flat Earth benchmark, is actually a medieval electricity socket, they get promoted. That was the most egregious example I ever saw. Some guy showing a trig point on the side of a church and going, see this wire coming down? What the thing that guides the electricity from the high point to ground so that it doesn't fry things? That's where the ancients used to get their electricity. Look, this is a plug socket. Oh, no, it's not. It's a benchmark. It's a trig point. The fuck are you talking about?
No way.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
thought you were making it up.
I wasn't making that up. That came when I was doom scrolling. That definitely didn't need to buffer. Shittiest quality, lowest quality production ever. Shaky, horrible video. that definitely gets promoted. Kept on coming up on my shorts, doom scrolling. If you punt flat Earth as a conspiratorial subject, exactly as it's intended, you will be promoted within the subject. And then you can have other people brace against you. Oh, look how stupid these flat earthers are. they think that this is a socket. It's not. It's a trig point, so we can measure Earth as a globe. That's what needs to be done. Like what this flat Earth elevation point that's utilised by the Ordnance Survey to describe your height above sea level on a globe. But if they can say it's for a globe, the uninitiated don't know. And the flat earthers saying it's an electricity socket.
Does seem like the deck is stacked against us, huh? Not even stacked against us. It's a rigged deck stacked against us. Everybody knows the cards.
Yeah, it's engineered so that it's conspiratards versus dweebs. And then the people actually measuring Earth are kept in a separate arena, completely away from us. Just crapping their pants that they might have to justify how spherical the world is. And then you get that guy like on the map company or whatever it is called channel, you know, sort of sniggering and, oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it might be a ball. You're like, you just described how flat you measure it.
Or Mr. Anderson was my favourite when he said, when referencing the equatorial plane, and he said, well, that is our reference. That doesn't mean that's where we're stood.
Reference, as in that's what we reference for the measurement. But that doesn't mean that's what we're using for the measurement. Yeah, it does. That's exactly what it means.
Here's what I got today. Schopenhauer, ? He says, why do you waste your time? Why do you waste efforts in offering knowledge to the stupid? It is a folly. They pretend it does not exist. The measured flat destructive dichotomy is like that, like throwing pearls to you swine.
Again, Neil, this guy he perceives a relationship with you that doesn't exist.
Sometimes you need to know what happens when the fool has influence over you whilst rewarding the loudest idiot on the panel. He's a trip, boy. You don't take no for an answer. Them ugly girls always want the handsome guys. Oh, boy. You must talk about my measured flat destructive dichotomy. Nathan, why are you hiding from it?
Because you're an ugly girl.
You won't address it, though. That shows that you are afraid.
Yeah, what these people don't realise is that's the basis in society for you having your teeth knocked out. So what, you want to put me in fear? All right, well, let's just show you how scared I am when I beat the ever-living piss out of you. What's that? You thought I was in fear? Yeah, I was for a second. I've relinquished that need to be in fear of you now, haven't I? I've stamped on your fingers. Yeah, so you're not really going to be doing much to put me in fear anymore. I've alleviated that concern. Yeah, fight or flight. What's that? I'm not allowed to fly away from you. Running away, not allowed. Well, then what's my alternative? I'll just beat the living piss out of you.
No. We are the threat you hide from. You have to accept that the consequence of your flat Earth measurements is that part must equal two. But just play deaf, dumb, blind monkey and sing la la la.
Yeah, no, it's still the same analogy. So in society, this person's saying, I'm a threat to you. Okay? So let's just say you sat in the police cell and you're being interviewed. And they go, why did you stamp on this man's head? Because he was threatening me. Was he? Yes, these were his exact words. So I stamped on his fucking head. Now he's got no teeth. Not much of a threat anymore, is he? What's that? He told me I was trying to run away. So listen to this in terms of what the police say. Well, was he trying to retreat from you? Yes, he was trying to run away. And I was telling him, are you trying to run away from me? Then he stamped on my fucking head. So, yeah, what, you want to be threatening? Yeah, on the internet, little man, you can pretend that you're threatening. Give me your address, Edibert. Let's report you. You want to be threatening, and you're saying that I'm not allowed to run away from you. So let's report you, because you've become, what, intimidating? Okay. Yeah, okay, I'll accept it. Yeah, you're a threat. You're a threat to me. Yeah, you're a threat to me and my family. Therefore, you need locking up. Because societally, you aren't tolerated. Now, these people know that. They know that they are social outcasts. That's why they belong here. So they can exercise their very intolerant nature towards others and get away with it. But the time's changing. The law is more and more being guided towards making online behaviour just behaviour. That's just how you are. Well, you're not allowed to be threatening to people. You're not allowed to tell them, you won't run away from me. So I've only got two choices, fight or flight. So you won't allow flight, you're going to have the ever-living piss kicked out of you. That's what's going to happen.
Just FYI, Nathan, a little correction. It's fight, flight, or freeze, like a rabbit in headlights. But yeah, that's what they want us to do. Freeze with it.
No, I want Edibert's name and address. I want to report him to the police. So tell him I'll talk to him. I will go through his, whatever it is, dichotomy, once I get his address and his full name. Tell him that.
Oh, I'm sure he's hearing it. The contents of the book is dense and sleep-inducing. Do you think that the smutty, salacious chapters will do anything to elevate the book or flat Earth in any way? Do you read the Bible?
Say Nathan says he will engage with you. He just needs your name and address, so he can report you to the police. Which is exactly what I will do the second I get his name and address. I'll say this person has been harassing the living shit out of all of me and my friends constantly. We've told him, fuck off. We don't like you. We don't want to engage with you. We would sooner beat the living shit out of you, metaphorically speaking, you're online, than engage with you. And they refuse to go away. So they've become a nuisance. They've become socially unacceptable in their behaviour. And that isn't tolerated, certainly not in the UK, not anymore. So, Edibert, I want your address, I want your name, so I can report you. It is that simple. What you're doing is criminal. I'm going to point it out. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. We've told you we don't want to hang around with you. You're an irritating little prick, and you're now literally using the word threatening, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's also describing running away. So you're saying we're attempting to depart from your company and you won't allow that. So you've become a threat. Well, now I'm in fear of the safety of my family because of you and what you might potentially do based on your very specific words called threat. Now, if I don't get it, maybe I'll endeavour to get it. It's like, okay, there are other means of acquiring people's addresses so we can report you to the police for your threatening behaviour, your intolerance of people's desire to not be around you. Now, this is the kind of dweeb that, in spite of having their head dunked down the bog, still wants to hang around those people. That's Edibert. Like, no. You've had your head metaphorically dunked down the bog. Now we don't want to hang around with you anymore. We couldn't have made it any more clear. Just not taking no for an answer, are you, you ugly fat chick?
I think that was the guy, because Michael Kahn said this is a brand new stock account just made today. That was him, probably. They don't take no for an answer, and they will demand that you give them an audience.
Yeah, you're not getting one. You will get reported to the police, though. Eventually, this intolerant behaviour will be snubbed out because societally, people don't accept people who behave that way. In reality, if Edibert was in front of me at this point, I'd be stamping on his face. That's what would be happening, wouldn't it? All right, I've told you to piss off. You won't. You've demanded that I give you an audience and you've said, no, you feel threatened by me. Okay, that's perfect justification for me to snap all your fingers then.
What they're going to say is you run a show called Flat Earth Debate, but you won't let us come on. We have no choice but to reach out and chat.
That's not true. Eddie Bear's not banned, is he?
I think that Virgin Droid did ban him from this flip side.
Well, yeah, using a voice changer is against the terms of service. The server.
Oh, so he's breaking.
Hello?
So again, so he's breaking rules, but demanding audiences. Why do you need to break the rules? Using a voice changer. Oh, so the rules don't apply to you? That's why you get your head stamped on. That's why in society you'd have your fingers broken. It is that simple. Oh, the rules don't apply to you. Okay, well, the rules of having to not beat the living shit out of you won't apply to me while I stamp on your face. Yeah, I want your address, Eddie Bear. I want to report you to the police for harassment. So I want Eddie Bear's address so I can report him. At this point, he's literally using the words threatening and making it abundantly clear that we aren't allowed to disengage from him. He will not allow it. So I want to report him.
Yeah, and Nathan, hostile interactions with Elder goes back as far as 2022, I'm going to guess. So quite some time.
If you're listening to this, Eddie Bear, we hate you. We don't want to spend time in your company. We despise you. We don't give a crap what you've got to say. We aren't interested in what you feel is worthy of our time. We don't like you. We don't want to spend time in your company. You're a deeply unpleasant person. The fact that you're insisting on being around us is harassment. Now, the fact that you are happy to stay online as a faceless, nameless troll just makes you no better than someone like Tim Osman, a pathetic individual. Where's Tim Osman? I'll start using the rhetoric that was used against us 10 years ago. You won't be here for long, Eddie Bear. Yeah, it won't be long before you disappear, fade into obscurity, because you're a nobody, a faceless, nameless nobody, and you always will be. The persona that you have created is just that, a persona. You can't put your name to who you are because in reality, you're an unfuckable, unlikable troll. So you've got to pretend with a little mask that you're something you're not. Like you're threatening. I'd imagine you're a pin-dick, short man, low-value individual. In reality, that's what you are. I know. I've met people like you plenty of times. You're a very low-value individual, Eddie Bear. If you were of high value, of high status, you'd have your name out there. You'd be loud and proud like me. My name is Nathan Oakley. That's what I say because I'm proud of what I am. Yeah, I've got something worthwhile to say. You don't. But you're scared of me. What? You don't even know your name. If you were to introduce yourself to somebody in reality, one of the first things people do when they meet each other is say, "Hi, what's your name?" It was one of the first things I taught my kids. This is how you introduce yourself. My name's Eleanor, what's your name? That's one of the first things I taught both of them. You can't even cope with the most basic social engagement, Eddie Bear. The most basic thing is to introduce yourself to somebody. You can't even cope with that. Pathetic. But you think you're worthy of our time? No. But you are becoming threatening and intimidating in your covert hiding who you are. That's what you're doing. And that's not tolerated societally. Yeah, in reality, if you were doing that in person, sneaking around in people's backyards with binoculars, eventually someone comes out and stamps on your head. That's what happens. But here, oh, well, I can just create a new account. I can use a voice changer. The rules don't apply to me. Well, maybe at the moment they don't, but the law is changing. The law doesn't tolerate people behaving like that because they think they can get away with it online. Now, you'd have thought that the show To Catch a Predator would have taught people this by now. But Eddie Bear's obviously retarded. He's stupid and doesn't recognise his own insincerity and the consequences that could befall him as a consequence of that insincerity and threatening behaviour that he's engaging in. from behind the wall of anonymity.
You know, when I threw my address out there, I did it because in my mind, they won't do it because right away they'll think, oh, he's going to dox me. Because that's what they do. So
Yes.
they got to come in with hidden names. See, I threw it out there because I'm not even thinking of that.
These people are cowards. There's no other word for it. They're cowards. They play the big game online behind a fake name with no consequences, no perceived consequences to their actions. So they can go around pretending like they're a big man. He sounds about 70, Ed the Bear. Sounds like some old man. Oh, you pathetic old twat. Go away.
Yeah, and it definitely was that Alpha Murphy 72, because since he's not been around, I don't get no responses in lifetime in the Uncut and After show. So he was definitely the Fredo in the family.
Was he the guy that couldn't quite accept that South was flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like we keep saying, I've said it already, these people will eventually fade into the obscure background that they always belonged in. Where are you now, dickhead? You're cowering somewhere, cucking to the society that hates you anyway. Nobody in society liked you to begin with. That's why you were here online. Not because society loved you and adored you and held you up on their shoulders. No, you just wanted to slip into the background. Cuck to the societal consensus that you're trying to fight for. Well, that consensus doesn't even like you. That's why you've had to come here and create a fake persona.
And he had to wait a very long time. He was in there for a while. I always seen his name there. And
You're so very brave, weren't you, Murphy? So very brave.
Yeah, he picked a time when nobody was around, and he thought he can get away with it.
Yeah, he came in when I was testing the computer, so it crashed for the first time in about 2 years. I'm like, oh God, I've got to make adjustments. I'll sit and play a game in silence whilst everything's running. That is to say, the stream's working, it's all streaming and recording, and everything's functionally as I need it to be for the show. It doesn't matter. The computer doesn't care if I'm talking or not. Right? It's just under the same stress and strain. Well, he didn't know that that was the case. He just heard silence. So at one point, it was like, I started wasting our time while he's trying to discuss with us how South, do I need to say anything else? You know, how something works. You're like, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not the arbiter of South. South's flat. Have you never used a compass? He's like, don't waste our time. And he's like, what, you've sat in silence for 20 minutes? I'm like, yeah.
No, he didn't say that. He said we were jerking each other off for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Under the surface, there's a homosexual slant that needs to be inferred from these people. Again, projection. Probably a homosexual.
It is pretty sad when you think about it. It kind of makes you feel bad for them, but nah.
If there wasn't so many. Yeah, if you see a couple of zombies in the street, you call the ambulance. If you see thousands, you just run.
We'll go for the headshots.
Speaking of headshots, there's a reason why there's not that many zombies in the States. You Brits have a reason why you're so bold and brazen about threatening somebody. In America, that doesn't quite go that way. If you threaten somebody, come on their property.
Yeah, in America you have weapons, so words certainly do have consequences. even though you have freedom of speech, you're not allowed to incite violence, are you?
Not allowed to incite. You're allowed to defend yourself. Pew pew.
Right, but you're allowed to only defend yourself against someone who's inciting violence on you, even if it's through words, because they could be threatening to do damage to you. So then you're forced to react.
Yeah, that's touchy. I mean, sticks and stones can break my bones, but calling names doesn't hurt me.
Or I'm not on about insulting your character. I'm on about if they're threatening you.
Oh, if they're coming at me, if they're personally there and threatening with words, and I don't know if they're armed, they'll know that I am.
You are
Right,
what?
yeah, we don't have that over here. We, at worst, you'll have two guys go around somewhere there's not cameras and just fight it out. And then as soon as one guy's down, that's it. That's typically how it goes in England. The old school way. But if you go to the inner cities, I wouldn't risk that. People have a lot of knives. There's a lot of people with knives.
Is that what they do in Limerick?
Limerick's an island.
Yeah, Stab City. I don't think anybody's knuckling up there.
There's a thing called poverty tourism. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Well, then people drive around looking at the poverty.
Not exactly. So Joe Rogan came to London and went to Hackney. I think he went to Hackney. He was like, I went to Hackney, we hang around for 5 minutes, and then a group of black kids come up to me with knives and demand my watch. And he was all shocked and shaken. You're like, yeah, you idiot. You're going to a poverty-stricken part of London wearing a $5,000 watch. What do you expect?
Oh, what an idiot. Is he not street smart at all? You wouldn't pull that crap in Bed-Stuy, would he?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, you've heard his line of logic. He's not street smart. He's radio smart.
Hey, Jamie, have you seen these kids in Hackney? It's bananas.
Did they get his watch?
Yeah.
What a sucker. He gave it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather give up a watch in my life, Neil. Why would you risk
what
it
about
against
That was not my attitude. I used to live in inner city Birmingham and I used to get mugged frequently because people are scumbags.
Right, you fight.
And I used to fight, yeah, absolutely. I'd fight back. I went once because I moved schools quite regularly, and the friends I had from Stratford-upon-Avon came to my hometown of Birmingham and we went to a laser quest. And then I took them all to the train station and a group of black kids came and started demanding wallets. And there's, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them and they're threatening to snap us. And all of my friends immediately turned over all their stuff. I was like, no, absolutely not. I will fight you. And I did. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was 5 against 1. I had the absolute living shit kicked out of me. But I wasn't going to turn over my wallet. They'd have to tear it out of my hands, and they did. I mean, eventually they got it off me, but they had to physically tear it out of my hands because I wouldn't just hand it over. That was never my mentality.
And they're not looking for, actually, that's what they're looking for, the handover. They really don't want the confrontation.
No, and they escalated it. So for my friends, once they'd got what they wanted, they then started demanding that they all jumped on the train tracks as a train came.
You see? You have to fight for what's yours. Now, if somebody's got a gun, it's a real gun, that's a different story. You know? Unless you know how to disarm them. I've seen people doing that. Like in 2 seconds, they got the gun in their hand. But unless you know what you're doing, a gun's a different story. But a knife? Come on, baby, let's go. We're rolling around with this.
Yeah, that was my attitude. Like, yeah, I've seen a knife before.
Yeah, and I've also seen the prison incarceration rate by the amount of black kids who go around stabbing people. So I'd rather not take that chance.
Like I say, you develop a different
skateboarder,
mentality if you repeatedly getting mugged, which is what would happen when you lived in, or when I was living in inner city Birmingham. That's what would happen frequently. You'd constantly be in those sorts of scenarios, and you just get sick of it. And eventually, your self-preservation wanes a little bit. I'm not going to lie. You're like, no, if I don't fight back, I'm just going to constantly be giving up shoes and wallets, and you just no. These days, it'd be phones. You're just constantly buying a new phone. You're like, fuck that. No.
Well, luckily I'm still in the Shires, so that's only started to creep in the last 10 years.
I mean, that's why I moved to the Shires. You know what I mean? But by the same token, when I was in inner city Birmingham, you eventually fight back. Because, like I say, the people who do that sort of thing would sooner see you dead once they realise that you're compliant. And I knew that. I instinctually knew in that particular scenario, this will escalate. If I just do what they tell me, it won't end there. And it didn't. For my friends, they were demanding that my friends jumped on the track. Me, I was walking away. I was walking down the tracks to the other end of the platform going, no, fuck you. Don't get me wrong, he got my head smashed against a train station waiting room door. But I wasn't I wasn't the one getting demanded to jump on the railway tracks while a train came. My friends who'd handed over everything, they'd been compliant, were being told, now you will die. Now you can jump in front of this train that's coming.
That's pretty dark.
Yeah. But like I say, familiarity, you're like, no. Is it familiarity breeds contempt?
You know, back when there was public executions in England, collected thieves, who obviously, usually some were friends, but a lot of them were friends of friends. Well, it was routine that they'd shake each other down before they went on a heist, because if anybody had a weapon and anybody died, they'd all get hanged. And so it's a shame. We need the public hangings back, because that would deter a lot of people.
I watched a YouTube video putting that exact rhetoric across yesterday, where they were suggesting that the stocks should come back. You know what the stocks are?
Of course.
There's a certain level of humiliation that comes with your crime, and the public around you, your community, is acutely aware of who you are and what you've done because you're on public display in the stocks.
It would certainly bring law and order back and respect.
I've had knives pulled on me about three or four times in the past. But my saving grace was I always used to lose my keys, especially wearing a key chain. And that's like a flail. And that saved my ass quite a few times, whacking that round the faces.
Well, that's the first thing you did. When I was in Rikers Island and a guy pulled a razor out on me, this is a dorm of like over 100 people. I immediately grabbed the bed sheet from the nearest bed and wrapped it around my right arm. And I just had to freaking go to work. But that's what you got to do, man. You can't just stand there and let people take your shit. They'll continually take your shit.
Yeah. But that's where someone like Edibert would eventually end up, in the stocks, wouldn't he? All right, you don't want your opponent to run away. You want to intimidate your opponent. Now you can't run away.
Yeah, he gets the door locked on him, and he hears the voice, now you can't leave.
That's the equalizer.
Yeah, there's a certain level of satisfaction to when the victim gets to see the perpetrator suffer the same pain that was inflicted upon them.
Yep.
And for justice to be done, pain has to be felt in some way.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, in a civilised society, you just punish people with a jail sentence. That is the modern way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not in favour of public executions or putting people in the stocks. But punishment, absolutely. Now, there's a lot of people who have opposed us over the last 10 years that if you actually sat back and analysed what they have suggested, that is to say, they have harassed people whilst telling them that they should take their own lives. That is what we have suffered. When they've told us, jump off a building and prove gravity then. You're like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your own mouth? Really? Not reasonable behaviour is my point. What we have suffered is not reasonable, societally. Not deemed acceptable in any way or capacity.
Yes, and as we're not a protected group, people think we have free reign to project their demons onto us.
Yep.
We all have them, but, you know, that's what a gym or a football team's for. Get them out there so you don't project onto other people.
Someone will find a loophole. They'll find how, I don't know, just for the sake of argument, how actually surveyors are a protected group. Somehow someone will get us categorised in with them, and then suddenly the whole full force of the law will come against the people who are trolling us, suggesting that we should be jumping off tall buildings, like inciting fear and hatred.
Right, once the category error has been rectified.
Yeah.
And ultimately, who does that responsibility come down to?
Right, the people who enforce the law. Police, I guess.
Yeah, but there should be something on YouTube where you can't use an alias.
Well, the police enforce the law, but they don't write it. They're the police of the policy.
I suppose it's judges then that set precedent.
Yes. And amendments can be made via the House of Commons, and if it's approved by the House of Lords.
The problem is that there's still a distinction between virtual and real interactions, and laws for the most part are to bring justice to physical, financial, and practical harms and crimes, and saying stuff is not a crime. No one's hurt. Otherwise, just even metaphorically saying you're going to smash somebody's nose in would be punishable. So you got to, be careful what you wish for and hope to have justice from.
It's a different world over here at the moment, Surf Daddy. You get arrested just for hurting people's feelings on Facebook.
And not just arrested, also in prisons.
Well, sorry about that. But
we've only got ourselves to blame.
True. It's all, voluntary compliance and with what the government or the lawmakers are asked to do.
That online distinction here in the UK is slowly being eradicated, though. We tend to be the forerunners for policies like this.
Well, I'm just still constantly asking myself, what other form of public discourse allows this kind of distorted decorum or actions? I mean, you wouldn't see this if you were just up giving a TED talk. You know, you wouldn't have people being this viscerally, verbally threatening and violent over any topic, I would think.
No.
Except talking about crime, actual crimes, the P word and stuff like that, if you were advocating for that kind of stuff. But, how you measure the earth isn't one of those things. In a way, it's really great to be out of the quote unquote flat earth realm and the debate and all of that. Because, who's going to, it just accentuates how rabid these people are when you're just saying, oh, well, here's an elevation angle. Here's how it's measured. Use your horizon mirror for a sextant and measure this angle, blah, blah, blah. Well, it doesn't mean it's flat. You deserve to have your kids taken away from you. What's that about, dude? Chill.
It's just your flat earth rhetoric.
Just because it's horizontal doesn't mean it's flat. You're an idiot.
You keep running from my flat earth measurement destructive dichotomy. You're scared, man. You're scared. That's what I wanted to say. Who's the we? He said, we are the threat you hide from. You have to accept that the consequences of your FE measurements is that pi must equal 2. But just play deaf, dumb, blind monkey and sing la, 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 la. Who's the we? You think you got a whole army with him?
My name is Legion, for we are many. Where did we hear that before?
Some cheesy child's comic book superhero, I'm guessing.
It's from Red Dwarf.
That's from the Bible, dude.
I do apologize.
No, that was a good answer, though. I appreciated it. Neil, I'm surprised you're not there with chapter and verse.
What was that?
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Well, that sounds like Star Trek, the Borg.
Oh, dude.
That's from scripture.
Yeah, it's from the demonic.
Remember Borg? Resistance is futile.
All right. Jesus says, what's your name?
Legion, for we are many.
All right. And then he says, you got to go. And then they say,
cast us into the pig.
And he
we
says,
can't be disembodied.
Your wish is my command.
Go. And over 2,000 rushed into the freaking river, wherever they were, and freaking killed themselves. And then they asked Jesus to leave. You see a miracle like that, I'm saying, can you hang out for a while with us? No, that was their business. They always choose money over God's.
Meanwhile, the guy that was an absolute mess and tortured and naked and
was in his right mind.
Yeah, and Jesus says, go and tell people what happened.
Which, by the way, there was somebody, and I think I was listening to a fisherman in a box video, and he was there was a preacher on there saying, "I want to see you show me one woman in the Bible that's an evangelist, and don't tell me Jesus' mother Mary." I said, "No, I have to say the woman at the well, because Jesus gave her clear instructions. Go back to your village and tell them." And she did. And she started evangelizing, telling them everything Jesus did. So I don't know about that one.
Well, anyhow, most ballers like Ediber and stuff like that are really just confident because they believe they're part of the Legion. Whenever they say we and we and we this and we measured that and we know this and we. And
yeah, but what flat Earth measurements are they holding us to? We didn't measure anything.
Why don't you
They
ask
keep saying
in future, what measurements exactly is it that you're holding us to? If there's a suggestion that there's a destructive dichotomy, I don't know, that pi equals 2 as a result of flat Earth measurements, okay. Which measurement?
our measured flat. You know? I think the 5,400 nautical miles and something that he holds it, that those are our measurements.
miles, you say?
I haven't. Well, they're not my measurements. Miles aren't mine. I didn't come up with miles. I just keep saying it. They're barking up the wrong tree. They've popped us on a pedestal where somehow what we say is consequential to these measurements. Like, are you delusional? Why is it that you...
curvature summed this up so poetically, so early on when he said that they don't understand that it's not an argument, it's a statement of fact. So they keep wanting to put into an argument. So either they do understand them, they're disingenuous, or they're really, really thick.
I think it's the latter. I think they're just genuinely stupid. That's why you just got to disengage with these people. It's like, no, you're just genuinely stupid. I mean, this person's arguing for pi equals 2. Like, these people are just genuinely stupid.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of us here are actual psychologists, so we can't give a professional diagnosis. So
You don't have to be a psychologist to diagnose stupid.
That is true.
Yeah, that's in psychology.
You just have to hold up the mirror. They'll self-diagnose as you hold the mirror back up to them. That's what I liked about the video we saw today. He had a great line, and of course I can't remember it right now, but basically something when someone accuses you of being stupid, that's not that doesn't hurt you. That's just a misdiagnosis.
Exactly.
It's
like I used to tell the ladies, I'm no gynecologist, but I'll have a bloody good look at it for you.
I'm more accurate without gloves.
I was just going to say, is that a car joke?
No, Roy Chubby Brown. Correct me if I'm wrong, but these people aren't in a protected group either, are they?
Heliocentrism?
That's correct. They're not in a protected group. It's not classified as a religion.
No, it's just consensus.
Consensus is not a protected group.
No, but heliocentrism is consensus.
Yes.
Of a belief.
Oh, yeah. But that doesn't make them a protected group. It's not like they're lesbians.
No, they're just wrong.
They might be lesbians, but you know what I mean.
They're more likely to be lesbians.
I did suspect Edda Bear being a lesbian, but that's not really the point. If they choose to drink from the furry cup, that's up to them.
Point is that they're not in a protected group, which is why we can be reasonably sure that their threats are empty, because if they were to act on them in any way, then they're not protected. They'd be more likely to be prosecuted.
Exactly.
Or they would be more likely to have their nose broken if they actually physically were in your presence.
Exactly.
Or being a punch bag worthy.
Well, it's more that they've been threatening. So I've tried to tie this consistently to the fact that over the years, we have suffered abuse from these people, unjustifiably. Now, not just unjustifiably because we're now in a position to declare absolutely without question that we are right in what we have said all along. The reasons and whys and why-fors of being right are irrelevant. Just natural behaviour towards us, regardless of if we were wrong. Let's say we were Nazis, or, I don't know, some extremist group that's frowned upon. Would that mean that you'd in any way be justified in behaving that way towards that group of people? No, of course not. If they're breaking the law, then there's obviously stuff that needs to be done. But they're not taking us through channels where they're saying, look, you're lawbreakers. They're just telling us to jump off buildings.
Yeah, we're supposed to just listen, right?
Yeah. Well, in society, if they weren't behind their internet million miles of fibre, they'd just have the shit kicked out of them, wouldn't they? Like, sorry, you what? You're going to do what? Well, looks like it's time to alleviate this threat then.
One way I can think of is to contact Discord and tell them the situation, so therefore demand the name of this person and their IP address that's linked to the account.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We should acquire Edda Bear's IP
they should
address.
be able to give it to you if you require it and there's just cause for it.
Yeah. Guy keeps creating new accounts, putting on voice changes. He's been told to sling his hook, and he's now has been behaving in a threatening manner for multiple years, and we do want to report him to the authorities. Therefore, we expect you to give up his IP address so we can report him to the authorities.
What they're going to say, no, we side with the criminals here.
I mean, Discord just want an easy life.
Yeah, them giving you the information is one email exchange, possibly two with you thanking them. Whereas you saying no will result in many more of you complaining and requesting it. And then the police coming to him anyway, eventually.
Yeah, it's the latter part they're concerned about.
And the police asked, well, this person requested this information to bring to us and you denied it.
But it is that sad ex-wife that just can't move on, right? That's what this boils down to when you actually stand back and analyse what's going on. You're like, go away. No longer want to engage with you and you just can't cope with it.
Yeah. So we need to move on until the action requires our attention further. Did anybody suggest a video for tomorrow?
No, I did ask.
I'll try and have a look tonight. Is there anything particularly you fancy? I can have a look for flying or navigation. Or
yeah. Flying, navigation, anything like that. I like the two videos that have stuck out in my mind more than any that we've done over the last 2 years have been two videos. Map guy, survey guy. Easily the best videos. And they're utterly mundane. In both videos, they had to make tongue-in-cheek apologies for how boring they felt the subject might be perceived by their audience to be. Brilliant. Not brilliant because it's boring, brilliant because it's so starkly contrast. We're describing people harassing us to the point where we want to report them to the police. We cover the same subject as these people, don't we? The exact same subject. One guy's going, oh, I'm sorry if you're finding this a bit boring. Another, covering the exact same subject, is going, we might have to report this guy to the police. Just like, you couldn't have more contrasting positions in the exact same subject arena.
It is kind of crazy when you think about it. The only thing they don't say is that Earth is flat. But everything else they describe is how we describe it. But we just say Earth is measured flat. We're public enemy number one.
Yeah, but it's got to be tough though, Neil, knowing that your belief relies on a category error that's just yet to be rectified. We're just waiting for it. I don't think they'd be ready for it.
Ready for what? A category error that's yet to be rectified? What does that mean?
Within YouTube's algorithm with regards to this topic. Being placed within argumentation, making it subjective when its statements of fact are proved as flat, and within the conspiracy realm, and then pinned against a heliocentrist in a never-ending circle jerk. As you said, we should just be with the surveyors and the pilots and the charters and the builders.
Yes. Well, we are.
Yeah,
let's make that distinction. I absolutely agree with your sentiment, first and foremost. Just a slight correction. We, just us here now, and anybody listening to us, are already. We stepped away 6 months ago. We stepped away from the other group that's a social flat earth conspirator, talking about our world's not a ball. We stepped away from that group and stepped into a different category, the category of people who measure Earth. And now we're saying go away to the people who have lost their shit with us and started becoming threatening towards us, making up false crimes against us. Those sorts of people are only being that way because they know we've already stepped into that arena. That's why tomorrow, if you do come up with a video, I want to cover those subjects. Because I said it earlier, we're covering the same thing. For them, they're like, oh, I'm sorry if you find this trig point measurement with respect to sea level boring. Or, well, I do this land surveying my garden for recreation. No, you accept that it's pretty mundane how we measure Earth. It's just acceptable and normal and nothing much going on when it comes to talking about it. It's just how it is. You're like, yeah, it is just how it is. But yet over here, we're being told that we need to jump off buildings. You realise that, right? Now, I'm not suggesting for one second that the map-making guys should have to endure the same shit that we have to. Quite the contrary. We should be realising how what we've been covering for the last 10 years is actually quite boring. Right, there's not that much excitement about measuring Earth. I mean, you're telling me that sea level gets your juices flowing, does it? No. But 9/11 being an inside job didn't it? That got you excited. Out of Africa's exciting.
Of course it is, because I can prove scientifically that the buildings were taken down by controlled demolition.
Exactly, Neil. Yeah, you've got scientific evidence for the hidden hand, for the Freemasons, for the people that control. It's like, what? So what you really need, what these people, the conspiratards that we're now detached from, who are slowly walking away from me, by the way, they're being replaced as quickly as they're walking away. I don't know if anybody realises this. I get to see my stats. But for those people, they're ultimately starting to recognise how inconsequential their world is. Their worldview isn't worth anything. They're just fantasists.
Lost in conception. Where the abstract supersedes reality or the objective.
It's not exciting enough, right? Flat Earth as a subject isn't exciting. There
is one exciting element I can think of, though, Nathan. Sorry to interrupt you.
Go on.
But knowledge that we have that there are people claiming to be in a sky vacuum right now, that people are generating images of Earth that they know not to be a sphere. Having that knowledge does put a smirk on my face now and then. And I'm sure you've the same.
You mean we've got the upper hand when it comes to knowing that they're lying?
Yes, but also being privy to that knowledge that so few are. That is a little bit exciting.
Exciting in the respect that we know that there's a worldview that's being peddled through images that we unequivocally know aren't real.
Yes, and we know how they came to be, how the globe was created.
You want to be a special snowflake, is what you're saying?
No, but you said flat Earth isn't exciting, and I agree with you. Measuring Earth flat isn't, but the conspiracy to hide flat Earth, to claim the Earth as other than flat, stationary, contained, is exciting. It's where we live, and it's a massive lie. You can't understate that, I'm afraid.
Uh-oh, here we go. Massive lie. I got 8 king. Here was his conversation the other day. He was going at it with a ball. I said, well, why are you wasting your time? Let them have the globe. He said, no, because, yes, anyway, I know Freemasonry is involved in this. They have a lot of people placed at the right spots, including group admins and discords, got shadow banned and X, and perma-banned.
That's what I was going to say earlier. So there's an ability, if you believe this bullshit, to distract from your own insignificance or significance. It doesn't matter which. when you can blame it on someone else. Well, it's the consequence of the Freemasons. I can't do anything about it because of the Freemasons who control it all. It's like, well, no, you're in charge of your own destiny, and you can do stuff. You know what I mean? It's like I could sit around and moan and blame the Freemasons all day, or I could write a book and hope that will generate more revenue. Right?
Oh.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that's funny because his next sentence was, let me get to you. And he says, the Freemasons are the ones trying to keep the globe alive. I'm surprised Nathan is still doing well and not in danger. Hopefully everything with the book will go fine. Wouldn't be surprised if they try something fishy. I was like, what?
That? Who's saying that? Some flat earther. That's equally as... So now, that's equal... Even though it's with a conspiratard veneer, that is just as equally as threatening, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm like, what are you talking about? What do Freemasons have to do with it? He said Freemasonry is everywhere. So I was like, whoa, bro. No wonder why I don't see you in here anymore. That's the 8 King guy. He said they lower grades of Freemasons. They're given these tasks to keep an eye. The higher grades of, what is it, OFC, they do not, they do other stuff. But the lower are just reporting. So he really thinks the Freemasons got a hand in this.
Yeah, like I told you earlier, Neil, there's the conspiratards are really starting to come out of the woodwork and reveal themselves.
So you're not a travelling man?
No, I'm not a Freemason. You know who answered yes to that question?
Will Duffy.
Will Duffy.
Yeah, well, remember Unorthodox was worried about it. Ain't you worried, Nathan? Somebody's going to come and pay you a visit?
Yeah, that's what I was going on for. I just remembered the point I was going on from earlier. Yeah, again, so even though they're perceived to be on our side, that's also very threatening. Shouldn't you be worried? Like, yeah, I'm going to start talking about the people who we formerly called our friends in the same vein as I currently talk about the baltards. Like, excuse me, shouldn't I be worried? You're going to get your head stamped on. I'm going to start talking in those terms about the flatties, aren't I? Because they're starting to hate us too, because I've robbed them of being special little snowflakes, haven't I?
Yep.
So suddenly they're now, well, don't you feel worried? Well, by you, that's the reason why societally you get your head stamped on too, though, isn't it?
It's weird how we mentioned the book, though. I'm surprised nothing's gone fishy. Yeah, something did go fishy. People tried to steal it. We overcame it. And now it's an even better book. Nothing to do with the Freemasons.
Yeah, Nathan, that's why I think first put a call in who to contact to get them on their show is book reviews. As many of them as possible. Have you found any more since our last conversation?
Yeah, loads. People keep supplying me with loads of names.
That's good news.
Yeah, I've got a great big long list now.
And when's the deadline? When will your wife start messaging?
What?
Sorry, when will your wife start contacting them? When's the deadline?
There isn't one really. I'm under no pressure.
Okay, just as and when then.
Just whenever.
It won't hurt.
I just wanted to find a reason to keep giving her my PayPals. My wife, that is. I'm like, well, you know, I want to justify being able to bring you into the discussion when I'm on my show and say, oh, yes, you know, I've got my wife contacting. You're a bit like Jamie, pull that video up. You know what I mean? She's worked very, very hard on producing the book. Helping me edit it has been a huge amount of work. Like, massive.
Actually, also, you might be surprised, or you might not be, but your assistant being your wife goes down very well with people because it shows that you're a close bonded couple.
I didn't know that wasn't, like, obvious. I suppose people don't know what they don't know.
What I'm saying is if someone's writing a book and they've got an assistant who's a female that's not their wife and they're married at home, then some people come to, obviously they might project their own situation onto them. That makes sense.
Yes. You're saying somebody who is on the outside looking in on my life might go, if I was writing a book and I could get a female editor to work with. Well, that dark thought isn't me. I'm sure Nathan would want some. Nathan would be doing that with his, etc., etc. They project.
Correct.
I mean, I haven't actually asked her.
If I had a female editor, I'd be sleeping with her, so he must be.
I am sleeping with my editor.
And she's your wife, so that's why it looks good. That's why it looks even better to Joe Normal.
Fair enough.
Usually when a married couple work together as well as live together, they're either really crooked or really open and they have nothing to hide from each other. And you'll soon, quickly suss which they are, unless they're really good confidence tricksters. Anyway, have we killed the conversation for you to round out, Nathan?
No, I'm playing on my Fortnite game. That's why I keep losing track of the conversation.
The racing or shooting?
Shooting things.
There's nothing like firing a gun, eh? I'll tell you what, the most satisfying gun, I don't play it anymore, but I will say, firing bolt action snipers on Call of Duty was the most satisfying thing I ever did on a weekend. I can still feel the recoil to this day. And that was through a controller on, the TV screen. Imagine it for real. Oof. I can't remember. It might have been Jeremy Clarkson or somebody describing a car that had a gear change that felt like reloading a rifle.
Oh, he said it was like an Enfield. Oh, it was something like a TVR or something similar.
Yeah, that's the sort of gear change you want. Neil, you there?
Neil. We're getting complimented. Huh?
Orange peel.
Getting complimented.
Why?
Because instead of me employing a different editor, I've got you to do it. And that apparently will be perceived well.
Okay.
Can you just explain it again? My wife's literally just stood here now.
All right. Typically, from my experience, couples who work together as well as live together are perceived more fondly by Joe Public, especially with regards to sales, because couples in that situation are usually very open and don't have anything to hide from one another, or they're total crooks. It's either one or the other. So if you get a good feeling from them, the chances are they're either really good, confident stricters, or they're just really open and honest people. And so people sense that. If you live together and work together, then you've got nothing to hide. You've got a passion for each other and what you do. Whereas a guy with an assistant that's not his wife, people might project their own fantasies onto that person and assume the worst. If people are cynical or skeptical, they're more likely to look what is the worst case scenario in this situation. Obviously, it's them being conned, but what else could it be? When a married couple and it's obvious that how tight the bond is, and that can't be used. There's nothing there to be used against you.
My wife said that's nice.
Neil, if you've ever, because you've got into English football, I've discovered a referee called Kevin Lynch, and he retired recently, or a few years ago, and he was a football referee for years. He refed matches from divisions 1 to 4, what used to be 1 to 4 back in there. And he's got some great stories, so I'll send them over for you. You'll really crack up listening to them.
What, he was fixing the games?
Oh, no. He was a referee, but he wasn't fixing anything.
Victory Royale!
But stories of him in matches.
Uh-huh. That Arsenal team is really good, huh?
Did you hear me shout Victory Royale?
Not as good as they were 20 years ago.
Nobody cares.
That's a battle royale, isn't it, Nathan? How many people start?
100.
Right. How many interactions do you typically have?
To win? This time probably 5, 6 times I played. And each time I played, I died immediately about 5 times.
Oh, I didn't mean in that case. I meant, say, from landing to winning, how many enemies did you have to physically engage with?
Oh, I didn't. I stopped having. I used to have a backpack with the number of people I'd killed on the back of it. I normally would get to about 10. I don't know, on that particular game, I didn't pay attention to it. But at a guess, between 5 and 10. I didn't win with a kill shot either, which is never as satisfying. Somebody died in the storm.
Impressive.
Sorry, Neil, go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, somebody died in the storm. That's an impressive kill, Nathan.
I mean, I won.
I was going to say, having played battle royales in different formats, you can win in a variety of ways. You can win matches without killing anybody.
Yeah, I think Ninja did that. So he was playing with a friend of his and he wanted to see if he could win without moving at all. In other words, the battle bus kicks him out, he lands, and then just by chance, he has to obviously do it several times, like more than several, to be in a position where the storm closes in around where he lands. But eventually he got to the point where there was just him and his friend in the next room. It might not be Ninja, but someone like him. So him and his friend are the only two players left. So he went into the next room and just unplugged his mate's computer.
Right, that is cheating.
Right, you just said you can win in a variety of different ways. In that case, he was like, this will be my only opportunity ever to win without moving a muscle. So he went into the next room and unplugged his mate's computer. He'd been battling and probably beaten 10 people, you know what I mean? Right, we're on the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing. Why am I in the middle of this camera shot? And all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.